coming. Who is this, Russ?
Nathan.
Sulei's not gonna be here. Shoshani and
Darius.
Sherry. You good, Janine?
No, ma'am.
Good evening, everybody. Sorry we're running a few minutes late. We're not starting the meeting yet. This is simply our public recognition. I'd like to call up Ms. Cosper with Volunteers in Public Schools, please.
Little. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Superintendent Lamont. Cole, President Carla Powell, who's not with us, and Vice President Patrick Morgan, as well as various board members. I am Kristen Cosper. I'm the Volunteers in Public Schools Volunteer and Community Partners Director. Today, I have the honor of recognizing a partner who has already made a significant impact this school year. VIP's outstanding partner in education this month is El Pollo Loco. El Pollo Loco demonstrates a strong commitment to our schools while embodying a spirit of collaboration. Their motto, "Good food brings us together and connects us to something larger than ourselves," extends beyond their restaurant and into the community. It is exemplified by ensuring that River Oaks students were equipped with the essential tools necessary to start school by gifting the school over $1,500 in donations of school supplies. Plus, during the River Oaks meet and greet, they provided refreshments and meals for parents, students, and teachers. El Pollo Loco support helped make the event not only enjoyable, but also created a welcoming environment, inspiring over 28 parents to sign up to volunteer with River Oaks Parent-Teacher Organization this school year. And they're not done. On the first day of school, for First Day of School Helpers with VIPS, El Pollo Loco team joined the VIPS helpers at both Twin Oaks Elementary and River Oaks Elementary. The volunteers provided bilingual and logistical support and welcomed students and parents with bright smiles and high energy. To add a special touch, they also offered free churros to every student who was present on the first day of school at both River Oaks and Twin Oaks Elementary. El Pollo Loco did not leave anyone out this year. They celebrated our dedicated teachers with custom-made back-to-school tumblers and gift cards for a free lunch this year. This gesture showed their appreciation for the hard work and commitment of our educators. El Pollo Loco's commitment to continuing their support throughout the school year is wonderful, and we are excited to see their partnership grow. Tonight, we celebrate El Pollo Loco for their financial and material support, as well as their genuine partnership and enthusiasm for EBR schools. Thank you for being a partner in education. Please join me in a round of applause for El Pollo Loco, VIP's outstanding partner in education for August.
Got a medal for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. It's not an Olympic gold, but it's just as important.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Cosper, El Pollo Loco, and VIPS. We appreciate all the work that you do for our children very much. Okay. Well, we have 4 minutes before we can legally start the meeting, so we will sit here and wait for 4 minutes before we can start the meeting. Thank you. It's not only 5 o'clock somewhere, it's 5 o'clock here, folks. That does not mean you can have libations. I call this meeting of the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board to order. Madam Secretary, will you please call the roll? My bad, sorry about that. Tonight, the invocation will be led by School Board Member Nathan Rust, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Cadet Sergeant Shahir Abdallah of Terra High School, accompanied by Senior Army Instructor Lieutenant Colonel Retired Raphael Morrison. Mr. Rust?
Please stand and pray with me. Father in heaven, we thank you for this day. We thank you, first of all, for a safe and joyous start to school this year, Lord. And today we just pray for your blessings on our children, on the families that trust us with their students, to educate them and to help be part of raising this community up and educating them in the things that they need to know to be successful, Lord. So I pray that you will bestow your wisdom upon all the people in this room, the people that work for our school system and educating our children, and that you will continue to protect us through this year. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Mr. Rust. Colonel Morrison and Sergeant Abdallah.
Esteemed board members, Superintendent Cole, it's my honor to introduce Cadet Shahir Abdallah. Now, I'm apologize to that man with the camera because I told him I was only going to be up here for about 30 seconds, but it's hot out there. And just like wearing a wool sock, okay? So I'm gonna suck up all this AC I can for as long as I can before I gotta cross that parking lot. Cadet Shahir Abdallah is a third-year student to JRTC program. He's a junior this year, 3.3 GPA, attends P-Tech. One of my dual enrollment kids has been on the drill team, as well as the color guard. He's pursuing an associate's degree in cybersecurity. He wants to continue his education at Texas A&M when he graduates and continue in computer engineering or criminal justice. Additionally, he wants to join the Corps of Cadets at Texas A&M University and commission in the United States Army as a commissioned officer. So I present to you all Cadet Shahir Abdallah.
Right hand over your heart and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you both very much. All right, now, Madam Secretary, please call the roll. Oh, well, after they finish giving the medals. I'm used to the committee of the whole. Okay. Am I correct in calling for the roll call now? Thank you.
District 3, President Powell Lewis. District 9, Vice President Martin.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 2, Mr. Lannis. District 4, Ms. Stewart. District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Present.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Gode.
Here.
District 8, Ms. Sule. We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. This meeting that we're in right now is a public hearing on the proposal to roll forward the tax millage for tax year, for the next tax year. This is item B1, discussion to hear public comments on the following. A, adjusted millage rates for the tax year 2024, and B, set forth the adjusted millage rates after reassessment and the rolling forward to rates not to exceed the prior year's maximum millage for the tax year 2024. So, Ms. Lopez.
Yes. Good evening, board members and Superintendent Cole. Tonight we'll be discussing setting the millage rate for the district with the property tax collections. Our current millage rate is 43.45 mills, which was approved by the voters of this parish. Each year, you approve to place us back on the roll so that we may collect our property taxes. Every 4 years, the assessor's office provides a reassessment of all the property values in the parish. 2024 was that year. After the reassessment, the millage rate is rolled back to the correct mills based upon the new assessed value. For 2024, the new millage rate would be 41.03 mills. In order to maintain the full voter-approved 43.45, the board must vote to roll the millage forward or to maintain the reduced rate. In September of 2020, the board approved to maintain the adjusted millage rate of 41.25 mills during COVID pandemic and maintain this rate through 2021. In 2022, the board voted to roll forward the millage and return the district to the voter-approved 43.45 mills. At this time, the request again is to roll forward the millage based upon the new assessment to the voter-approved millage of 43.45 mills. Just as an overview, I've always included surrounding parishes so you can kind of see where EBR falls with the rest of the district local area. So Zachary School System is 67.2 mills, and this is the 2023 assessment. Ascension Parish is 61.59. Central City Schools is 60.08, and Baker City Schools is 43.2, and as stated earlier, EBR is 43.45. As you can see, when the taxes were rolled forward in 2022, there was a $21.2 million increase in property tax collections. Over $9 million of that is inclusive of the roll forward amount that was approved by the board. Moving the millage forward will increase tax collections for the roll forward portion only by $12.9 million, or a 6% increase. This makes up 40% of the revenues of the district and provides $1.7 million to our charter schools. This is a renewable and continued source of revenue for the district that assists with ongoing initiatives for our students. So let's talk about the two separate resolutions. Each approval of each of the resolutions must be separate. Resolution 1 allows us to be on the tax roll of the assessor's office and is required each year to continue to collect property taxes. Resolution 2 requires 2/3 vote of the board and will allow us to maintain the 43.45 mills for the current rate in alignment with the approved 2024-2025 budget that was approved by the board. Each resolution must be read into the board minutes in full, and a vote must be taken for each one individually. That's it. Yes.
Mr. Baloo.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. I know it doesn't say it on here, but when was the millage originally introduced and passed by the voters? Do you know
They have, if you read the resolutions in the packet, they're all different years. So the constitutional tax is 5.25 mills. The rest of them are at different times whenever the board brought them to the public.
Okay, I got you.
Some of them were back in many years ago, and we renew them. We actually have more that are being renewed this year.
And these millage rates, they cover recurring expenses?
Yes,
It's
sir.
not for one project, it's for...
No, sir.
For the recurring expenses to cover expenses within the district?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there any other board members with questions? Mr. Lewis.
Ms. Lopez, am I correct in that will add $12.9 million
That is $12.9 million that was already approved in the budget. Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're going to get those monies from,
If you roll forward.
if we roll forward.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Picking up on that point, just to clarify, if we didn't roll forward the millage, then we would have to cut $12.9 million out of the budget that we approved a couple of months ago, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any other board members with comments or questions? We will have an opportunity to discuss this again under new business in the actual board meeting momentarily. So now, without further ado, we'll call for public comment on this item. Public comment. Oh, Mr. Gode.
Yeah, just a quick thing, because I just want to make sure people understand this is broken down into two parts. One part is the voter-approved millage that we have. If we roll it forward, we're keeping the same millage. If we didn't roll it forward, the taxpayers would see a tax cut. Now, the offset of some of that is that the property value assessments by the assessor has gone up on many properties through inflation and other things. So there are two pieces to this. And so by rolling forward, we're only keeping the original tax rate in place. So this is not a new tax. It is not anything that's bringing in new revenues. The new revenues, any increase from this is because of increased valuation of properties. And we pay the same kind of increases that we have to pay our things. We're trying to do teacher salary adjustments and all these kinds of things. So I don't want this to get lost as if it's a tax increase. The only increases people will see is if their valuation goes up. If their valuation hasn't gone up, they will see no change.
That is 100% correct.
So I just wanted to make sure everyone understood that distinction.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from the board before we turn it over to comments from the public on this item? This is a public hearing for this matter, and now's your chance to speak. Are there any public comments? Madam Secretary, do we have any cards previously? All right, come on up.
That's Ms. Nyman.
Yeah. All right, Ms. Nina?
Good evening. Tanya Nyman, District 7. I'm actually a little confused about the process. Does this mean I'll have two other opportunities to speak in support of the roll forward because we have this 3 minutes and then we have two resolutions during the regular meeting? Can anybody just surreptitiously nod to me even though you're not supposed
Yes,
to?
no, that is
Thank you.
correct.
All right. So I'll get to say it 3 times. I hope y'all will wholeheartedly roll forward. I hope people do understand that it is not a new tax, as Mr. Gaudet made very clear. And I hope it's very clear that not everyone sees an increase in their property tax values either. That is not within the control of this body. That is wholly within the control of the assessor's office. And I think it's very interesting for people to be aware about how that works. And I know I have a very small sample size of a study, but between my husband and I, we have 3 properties in East Baton Rouge Parish. They are all largely within the same neighborhood in Mr. Gaudet's district. And our valuation has, on each of those properties, differs dramatically. So our primary residence, for example, it just increased in 2020, when it increased in value by the assessor's office, it was a mere 4.3% increase, which seems pretty reasonable. This go round, it is 12% increase, which on that property is a pretty significant amount, nothing that can't be absorbed by us, and certainly is not a significant amount in terms to the school board. It's only a $24 increase per month to the school board, which we can absorb and happily absorb. But what's interesting is that one of the other properties, which is half the value of that property, saw a 20% increase in its property value. And so that means that its value is now really, the increase is comparable to the primary residence. And so if that home is typical of those in the middle income brackets, that's significant. And so I bring that up because a lot of the narrative around this roll forward makes it sound like y'all are increasing property taxes, but that is not, if somebody got their tax assessment yesterday and they're kind of concerned about that, That does not have to do with you. That is wholly within the control of the assessor's office. And if it seems like it's increased dramatically, they should look to the assessor's office to question the percentage of the value increase to make sure that their frustration or reservations about this roll forward are not misplaced. And the final property I'll mention saw no increase. So if you choose to reduce the millage that was approved by voters in this parish, then you will actually be giving that property a tax break. And so it's not, by the roll forward, you're actually just maintaining that standard. It's only if you choose to reduce it that you'll actually be choosing to reduce the tax bills of some properties. And because there doesn't appear to be a lot of transparency about it, I am very concerned about the way in which this process, the assessment process coupled with the roll forward process, shifts the tax burden from upper income brackets to middle income brackets and
Thank you, Ms.
spares
Nyman.
some regardless.
Finish your thought. Thank you, Ms. Nyman. All right, Ms. Penny Mae Landry.
Hello, Penny Mae Landry, District 11. I am opposed to any increase in millages. As you know, millages are paid by property owners. There are a lot of people who do not own property, so those of us who do own property take on the burden, which I fully support, supporting our school systems because I am an education advocate. However, next year is going to be quite challenging as I see it. Our federal government is over $35 trillion in debt. Grants are going to diminish significantly. And I know that a lot of the way that we fund things in the school system is through grants. The middle Americans in the middle part of this population are seeing the greatest burden from increase in taxes, increase in millages, et cetera. I would just ask you to please look at tightening the budget and preparing for the fact that things are going to get tougher for everyone before they get better, okay? And if we could just be aware of that, the possibility that these millages that are collected are going to have to take care of a lot of things in the upcoming years, because the federal government, as I said, has a $35 trillion debt. And none of us have a crystal ball as to what that's going to look like. And I'm an optimist. However, I'm also a realist. So please, do not put forth to the voters, many of whom are not property owners, any increase in millages. And just, if your only other option is to roll forward at the existing rate, that's what I'd ask you to do. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Landry. Are there any other public comments on this item? Okay. Any members of the board feel the need to speak one more time? This is not when we're taking a vote. We'll take that next meeting, but Mr. Godet, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to correct, well, maybe not correct, give a different view on a little bit of stuff. One is people need to realize that property taxes for homeowners and individuals are done at a 10% rate, while industry pays a 15% rate. So just industry is already paying, half again as much as property owners are. And if you don't own property, it doesn't mean you're not paying property taxes. You're paying them in your rent. You're paying them in all the kinds of things that go into that rent, because the guy who's renting you the apartment or whatever, he's paying the property taxes, and he doesn't have a homestead exemption to offset it anyway. And so, if you're living on property in East Baton Rouge Parish, you're paying the property tax, either if you're paying it directly to the assessor or you're paying it to the person you're renting from who's paying it to the assessor. And you're also paying it to the store that you're buying things from, because that's part of their expenses. So there is no free ride in any of this. And so just because you don't own property, actually a renter pays more property tax than a homeowner because they don't get the homestead exemption. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goday. Somebody once said that businesses don't pay taxes, consumers do. Mr. Rust.
Thank you. I'll have more comments when we get to the item, but I'm personally not favorable to rolling forward millages. But in this specific instance, I want to state my position on why that is. Our community as a whole is feeling the squeeze of COVID. You know, in the past and during COVID, a lot of agencies or independent taxing authorities decided to freeze their millages, not to roll them forward because we're in the middle of a pandemic and things were very uncertain. People are still dealing with the incredible inflation and the effects of that inflation. When we look at property value assessments, those are reflective of inflation. The burden that property owners have in our current insurance market is incredible. I mean, I personally am paying double my property insurance than I was 3 years ago. And luckily I can afford that. I have many constituents in my district and across this parish that are on fixed incomes. Rolling forward millages in this environment becomes a regressive tax. There are too many people that cannot afford to pay. Look, there's an argument, I'm going to hear this 20 different times this month on every different taxing authority. Well, it's only $25 if you have a house that's worth $250,000. Well, yeah, but then you're going to couple that with about 18 other independent taxing authorities. And suddenly, all these millages that have been rolled forward are costing you hundreds and hundreds of dollars more in January when your tax bill comes due, or December rather. And if you go talk to people that are on fixed incomes, they are putting groceries on credit cards right now. We are feeling the squeeze, and we cannot ignore that in this community, and we will continue to feel that squeeze. And I cannot justify looking in the eye of a person who does not have the means to even feed their family and tell them that we don't have the money and that we need to dip further into their pocketbook when we've got tens of millions of dollars in reserves that we have not spent. We don't need this money as bad as the people in our community. And so I won't be supporting rolling forward millages in any context at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rust. President Powell-Lewis.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I do apologize for my tardiness today. Of course, you can hear that the skies are opening up and all the streets are blocked as far as traffic is concerned. But still, my question, first of all, Ms. Lopez, if you could come forward. I know I missed part of your presentation, and just for the sake of the public, my question is, what would be the consequence of us not rolling forward the millage?
About $12.9 million that's already in the budget.
Okay. And so could you give me just an example of what does that mean as far as our budget is concerned? What would that affect?
Well, because you only have approximately $4.5 million in overage in the budget you approved, then after that you would run into a deficit, and that would be year 2. And after you go into deficit after 3 years, then you have problems with LDOE coming in and looking at your books because you were considered unstable.
Thank you.
Any further comments from the board? Okay, I'll reserve my comments to when we actually vote on this. That concludes the public hearing. We're going to take a brief 5-minute recess before we convene the regular meeting of the board. Thank you.
Colleagues, if you'll make sure that you have logged into the correct meeting, please. Okay, good evening once again. It is 5:32 p.m. Today is Thursday, August 15, 2024. Welcome to the regular meeting of the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board. This meeting is now called to order. We will entertain a roll call at this time.
District 3, President Powell Lewis.
Present.
District 9, Vice President Martin.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 2, Mr. Lannis. District 4, Ms. Stewart. District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Present.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Goday.
Present.
District 8, Ms. Sule. We have a quorum.
Thank you. And for the record, I have spoken with Mr. Lannis, with Ms. Stewart, and with Ms. Sule, who all informed me that they would be absent tonight. We're now moving to Alphabet B, minutes. Item 1, meeting minutes, approval of the school board minutes of the July 18, 2024, regular board meeting, the July 23, 2024, special meeting, and the July 24, 2024, special board meetings as published in the official journal. Is there a motion? It has been moved by Mr. Goday and seconded by Mr. Russ. Comments from the board at this time? Okay, seeing none, we will turn to comments from the public. Okay, seeing no comments from the public at this time, we'll return to comments from the board. We will entertain a vote.
Please vote. The
Thank
motion
you.
carries.
Thank you. Alphabet C, information only. The monthly financial report and personnel changes can be found on board docs for viewing. We're now to Alphabet D, receive as information, update from our superintendent. Mr. Cole.
Madam President, Vice President, board members and members of the audience, I want to take this opportunity to just give you a few updates of the first week of school. First and foremost, I'd like for everybody to give our wonderful staff who are here this evening a round of applause for being here and all the wonderful work they do all week. We have had, clap for yourself, Ms. Wiggins. We've had a wonderful opening of school. I'm extremely excited about the possibilities of the school year. I want to welcome back our 39,708 students. We've had the opportunity to visit. I think collectively, the leadership team has visited more than 70 schools in our district. I myself personally have visited over 30 schools in the last week, meeting with principals and teachers and students and parents and just understanding what the concerns and the needs are. Myself and the leadership team had the opportunity to visit with Mr. Hamu sitting on the front row at Tara High School on Tuesday morning, and so we had a delightful time with him, and he shared all the wonderful things that are happening at my alma mater, Tara High School, so thank you so much for that, and thank you for being here this evening. If you will notice, we have a new website. The website has been redesigned, and I want to thank Amy and her team for doing an outstanding job for redesigning the website. I think it is more user-friendly, and so I sincerely appreciate her having done that. We are going to have on August 29th, Thursday, August 29th, and Friday, August 30th, Showdown on the Bluff. This will be the first time that East Baton Rouge Parish is going to host the high school football jamboree at Southern University, and so we are extremely excited about having our high school students be able to participate in the jamboree on a college field. I want to thank Roman Bass and the athletic department at Southern University, as well as President Shields and Chancellor Pierre for allowing us to be there for 2 nights. It's going to be exciting. If you have nothing to do on that weekend, a Thursday and that Friday night, I ask all of you to come out and enjoy some high school football, support our students as they participate against each other. Hopefully they're safe and no one gets injured, and hopefully every high school wins, because it is a win for our district to showcase the talent at the university here locally, as well as have fans and their families and other students come out and support them. And I want everyone outside who is watching and who attends the game, show up, be supportive, and make sure we pick up the trash and clean up at the end of the game so that we can go back. We need to leave the stadium like we find it, so they will invite us back. So thank you very much, Madam President, members of the board. That concludes my report this evening.
All right. Well, we will continue going as we have our flickering lights tonight, just a little extra activity. Thank you so much, Superintendent
Madam
Cole.
President, could I ask a question real quick?
Sure.
For the Superintendent? Sorry, I was hoping that you might cover this in your report, but I wanted to ask about teacher vacancies. Could you give us a rundown on where we're at with the start of school?
Sure. I'm going to defer to Ms. Hall and ask her to come up and give us a report on teacher vacancies. Ms. Hall?
Yes. No, it's okay.
Sorry to put you on the spot.
No. I'm almost always ready. Just need to peel up my thing.
Also, we're having a light show or a concert or something.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Okay, so I am super excited to share that we are at 176 teacher vacancies. Right now, things are still moving, and because we do have the indoor or in-house fingerprinting machine, it kind of helped to alleviate a lot of the bottleneck. So right now, how many people we have in the queue? We have about
We just want to do what we do well and lean on others for support. So having that collaboration in the network helps them to improve their processes. In addition, I think the most important is that we make sure everybody is operating safely. Safely means that you do have all of the insurances that are required when serving youth. So not just your general liability, but your sexual misconduct insurance and others. But Brain doesn't want to just say you can or cannot be credentialed. We want to offer you the support. So we want to know, what are your barriers to becoming credentialed? What are your barriers to your organization? Improving the standard of what they provide to students. Okay, thank you. So, and I guess you all, in the process of me learning about this organization or learning about this network, I began to get concerned about, number one, who's going into our schools, and what is that process? Like, if they don't have to come before us, how do we have the proof that they are safe spaces for our children, that the persons that are attached to those different organizations have went through certain background checks? Do we have any of those things as our realities? And so my question, I guess, to Superintendent Cole and possibly to Mr. Shamlin is, if we wanted to hold our administrators, our school administrators, responsible for saying that the organizations that support their schools have went through a vetting process such as this, like with Brain or what have you, would that be a policy that we need to put in place, or?
Well, I don't have a legal mind, but I would think that it would definitely have to be a policy. I think the deeper question is, would the organizations who are seeking to do work with our schools, and we say they need to be vetted, would they have to go through Brain if we made Brain the organization that would do the vetting? And so I think it's a twofold question, and I would defer to our general counsel to determine, A, if we had to establish the policy, would we then have to seek an organization to apply to do this work, or could we just pick one?
Well,
From my position, from a policy question, if you mandate anything as a board, it should be done through policy. And so my recommendation would be this goes into policy in some way. The board could also give the superintendent the authority to implement protocol, to implement this requirement. You could do that, but if you want to mandate it and you want to assure that it's a mandate of the board, you put it into policy.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Gode.
Yes, thank you. I too share the belief that we need to do something here. I just hate running headlong into something without giving it a lot of thought, because some of these organizations are national organizations and they're already doing all of these things. And, you know, one thing we could put in is if it's we could put within the MOU that they have to provide evidence of that. What I'm trying not to do is create a bureaucracy where it becomes a hindrance and it takes more time to go ahead and do things and things like that. Because if we had it, for instance, I'm looking at the different organizations we have coming up tonight. You know, many of those are national organizations. They're already doing this, perhaps even to a deeper level than what's being talked about here. So I don't want to duplicate efforts. I don't want to create a bureaucracy. So I agree with the effort to think about this, but I suggest that we think about it and work with not only Brain, but work with also the vendors who are bringing these things in, and let them come to us with a thing of, okay, here's how we can go about maybe doing this that's efficient and timely as we go through this. And maybe we can start incorporating some of these things into our MOUs, which gives it a bite to do that. I just don't want to rush headlong into something without really getting the other vendors involved in the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so with that in mind, you all, and that was my goal, Mr. Gode, is to bring this to the forefront, that we would begin to have the necessary conversations around this. Also, I wanted to share too that when I got a chance to meet Ms. Johnson, I began to ask questions about what is the difference in what they do versus what VIPS does, Volunteers in Public Schools. And there's clearly a difference. One would be the fact that our organizations that operate, that possibly have a professional service contract with us, is different from those who may be volunteering within our schools. So, of course, some of the actions and the task, or some of the vetting process may be the same, but those are two different sectors of our communities that actually operate within our schools. So, Brain, of course, generally supports those that have some level of a professional service with us, and VIPS supports those who are volunteers that are coming into our schools as well. So I wanted to provide clarity there also. Thank you so much.
Do I have minutes to respond? Or?
Sure.
Okay. I didn't. Ooh, I did not feel attacked. Assume positive intent. I just wanted to add to, because the public can't see the presentation, I wanted to highlight that several of the organizations that are in this room are on this list. And I will say that it was very easy for them to be credentialed because the national standard is what we used. When I stand here as the director, I am not saying that Brain created a youth development standard from scratch. We took best practices from the nationwide standard for several reasons, including being attracted to federal funding possibilities. So Brain is not here to reinvent the wheel. We're here to raise the standard for all youth organizations or youth serving organizations. So yes, you are right. The ones that are sitting in here are national, and they do have these credentials. You'll even see Catholic Charities on here. They were actually the superstar because their standards are even higher. However, there are organizations serving your students who face barriers when trying to reach this standard, and that is the point of the network. So yes, we are definitely not here to, tap anyone on the hand. It's really to help everyone get to the standard that these like, I'm just going to shout out City Year, Kids Orchestra. I saw them both in here. So, yes, that is what we're here to do. Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, we will now proceed forward with alphabet G, unfinished business.
Madam President?
Yes.
May I ask just a,
Sure.
I don't know if it's personal preference or whatever. It's going to get awfully hot in here.
Yes, Lord.
And we have many chairs in this room. Can we ask any speakers actually come into the room so we're not waiting on people walking in and out of the room? And you might want to consider a 2-minute limit instead of 3-minute, but I can leave that to you. But could we ask that speakers come into the room so we can have a very efficient and orderly process through the speakers? Because I don't want to limit anyone's time to speak, but it's going to get very warm in here before long. Thank you.
Absolutely. If there is no opposition, we will alter, number one, our time limits. If possible, if we can give our board 3 minutes and our public 1. And then at the same time, if you are in the hallways, if you will make your way into the actual boardroom, and what I will do is I'll commit to calling more than one name at a time for the different agenda items that we have. Also, special thank you to our East Baton Rouge Parish district personnel who's passing out water at this time, meeting the need. We really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Okay, item G1, unfinished business, Deputy Superintendent contract. I want to ask if possible, if we can, if there is no opposition, if we can take some of our agenda items out of the original order. And so if we can move G1 and place that item after the consent agenda, if there is no objection? Okay. All right. So thank you. We will take item G1 and place it after the consent agenda. Okay. All right. Thank you. Let us move to item G2, professional services contract, Kids Orchestra, consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Kids Orchestra in the amount of $210,000 to provide services for the Kids Orchestra after-school program for 2024-2025, strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source general fund, ESSER, and fine arts. Before we take a motion, Superintendent Cole, did you have anything you'd like to add?
Yes, absolutely. After the last meeting, there was some discussion about expanding the opportunities for Kids Orchestra. Myself and Mr. Joffrion had a meeting with the gentleman from Kids Orchestra, and I asked him if they would give us some options of the services they could provide at maximum capacity, and then some other options for the board to review. So I wanted you all to have that information, and it was emailed to you to look at if we were to provide the Kids Orchestra after school at a number of different schools across the parish at the maximum capacity they could serve versus some of the options they gave us last time. And then from that point, if you all preferred an option, we would get with some of the different funding sources in the district, have some robust conversation before the next meeting, and then make sure we provide any of the funding sources and backup information so the general public would know where the funding sources are coming from based on what you choose this evening. And so I think the gentleman from Kids Orchestra may want to come up and speak to that conversation a little bit this evening.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Dr. Patrick Tuck, the Executive Director of Kids Orchestra. Also, as Jasmine mentioned, we are a BRAIN certified organization. In addition to that, 2 of our staff, myself and Sam Trevathan, who can't be with us this evening, are advisory council members for the Louisiana Center for After School Learning. We've got some knowledge about after-school programming that we bring to the table when we have our conversations. I'd like to defer the rest of our presentation to our operations director, who will actually put together the proposal that we're going to discuss tonight.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Brian Gallion. I'm the operations director for Kids Orchestra. As Superintendent Cole mentioned, we did have 3 proposals that we presented. The first one that's in front of you is for 15 standalone sites where we would reach 525 kids across the district at roughly $1,000 per child for the funding from the district. That's about half of what the actual program would cost. We raise the rest of it through tuition, through grant writing, donations, things like that. The second option there is for $310,000 to serve, I believe it's roughly 310 kids, 320 kids. I don't have it in front of me. I'm not sure if there's a way to actually pull this up on here. 335, thank you. Okay, I've got it.
Is there a way?
No, it's okay. I've got it on my phone.
Thank
Sorry. At $310,000. That's a little bit of a different model where we would have hubs and feeder schools. This was a recommendation by Mr. Joffrion, so it's a little bit more efficient. But the difference is there that the district would be responsible for bringing in buses and funding moving kids from one school to another. For example, Progress to Ryan, Villa Del Rey to Audubon. And that's option 2, and that would be all of our sites from last year plus those 2 additional feeder sites. Option 3 is essentially what is before the board now with a little bit of an adjustment for that feeder model. Moving the contract to $240,000 instead of $210,000, so we can bring Villa Del Rey and Audubon, Villa Del Rey and Audubon together, and Progress and Ryan together.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right, so considering, is there a motion or did you have a question, Mr. Ballou? Okay, Mr. Ballou.
Thank you, Madam President. For each of these options, you give a projected amount of students. Now, is that a maximum that you can serve, or is that just a pure projection?
It's a projection. It's not a maximum. I mean, we can always go up. There are some schools that we've had partnerships with for upwards of 10 years, BR Flame, Westdale, Dufrock, where we know that we can get to 40, 50, even 60 kids. In fact, we opened registration on Wednesday and BR Flame is almost full. I think there's about 50 kids that have already signed up for that one. But it is a projection on how many kids we think that we can get, especially at some of the newer partners. That's why, a lot of those newer schools that aren't in our program right now are down in the 30 to 35 kids, because it takes a little while to actually build that relationship up with the school and with the families in the community.
So depending on demand, is there an increased cost if say the hub model, the second choice, if there was, instead of 335, if say 375 students were interested, would there be an increased cost, or are these pretty fixed costs?
Those are pretty fixed costs, yes, sir.
Is there a limit to the number of students on any of these models that can be served?
We don't like to go past 50 to 60 kids at each site. It's just in the after-school hours, it gets a little bit unmanageable no matter how many staff we have on site. So we like to cap them, between 50 and 60.
So I guess if we want to do the math, you can just, the number of sites times 60 would be the absolute maximum.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And based on your experience in past years, what do you think I guess these projections are, the demand or interest from students to participate?
Yes, sir. We typically can pull in about 10% of a student population after we've been there for a couple of years. So if it's a school of about 400 kids, we can usually get about 40 that are interested in the after-school program.
All right. Well, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Russ.
Thank you. Thank you to Superintendent Cole and Kids Orchestra for working together and putting together some options for us. I really appreciate that. And I had a question about, again, like Mr. Ballou, talking about kind of the budget on these different funding selections. When we're talking about proposed enrollment, is this the number of kids that qualify for no tuition in your program? Because I know that if, for instance, at some schools, if you're not, if you're making a certain amount of money in your family, you guys require that there's some tuition paid. right? So is this outside of that, or is this just kind of just holistically like how many kids you expect to serve with that amount of money?
This is how many kids we expect to serve with that amount of money. And
Okay.
just for clarification, all of the students that are enrolled in Kids Orchestra are on a sliding scale of tuition model. So for example, families that are in the $0 to $50,000 range, they pay $50 for the year for the program. It ends up to be about $6.25 a month. The program costs about $2,000 to run, and that's where the district support comes from, and raising funds through United Way grants and corporate donors and things like that.
Okay, thank you. And that's something I want to make sure people are aware of, and how you work with people, meeting them where they are.
Yes, sir.
And making sure, especially, in some of our schools that can be more affluent in the student body, that people are aware that this is not limiting access to kids, right?
Correct.
But thank you. I think, I would love to just throw every bit of money I can at you guys, but I also, think it's important to be good partners, and respect how you can grow a nonprofit in a responsible way. My hope, and if my colleagues would support it, I would move that the board would approve option 2, the hub model for this school year, and give Kids Orchestra an increase in funding, but allow them, being that school has started, to hopefully, I think even that is going to be some work and a stretch for you guys to accomplish. I don't want to throw too much money at you at once and push you into a whole lot of schools. Tell me if I'm wrong there, but I think that would be a good, responsible choice, but also offer, put some more money at the table. So.
I second the motion.
Okay, so it has been moved by Mr. Russ and seconded by Mr. Gode that we accept option 2 of the proposal that Kids Orchestra has presented to us. Okay, moving on to board comments still. Mr. Lewis.
Excuse me. There's no secret about the value of music, in school, and how it enhances, a child's academic performance all the way around. But pivoting back to the comments made by Superintendent Cole, there's been some robust conversation around this and these options. So I would like for those conversations to continue. So I'm going to make a motion that we defer this item until the next full board meeting. Substitute motion that we defer this item to the next full board meeting.
Okay, so we have a substitute motion on the floor to defer this item until the next board meeting. Next full board meeting. Okay, so it has been moved by Mr. Lewis and seconded by Mr. Martin. Comments from the board. Mr. Martin.
Thank you. Superintendent Cole, am I correct in understanding that we because of when you actually started on the job and how quickly you've had these conversations, staff has not had an adequate amount of time to fully identify the exact source of funding for each of these models and the different price points. Is that correct?
Somewhat. Staff has had some conversation about the funding opportunities, but in an effort to be transparent and for the board to make sure that when you have the discussion about the item, the public is aware of where the funding sources are coming from. I wanted to make sure you had the options for this evening, and then we could get the backup information to provide the support where the financial support would come from. I think Mr. Joffrion has done an excellent job of meeting with various different chiefs around what funding could be lended to this opportunity, but we didn't have the backup information tonight simply because we weren't aware of what option was going to be chosen, and everything was moving relatively quickly in terms of my discussions with Kid Orchestra and then asking them to go have those conversations. Yes.
Thank you. That's my only reason for supporting the substitute motion is I think it's important for the public to have, and us, to have an opportunity to understand exactly what the financial impact is of each of the different options, whether that's included in the budget, whether it's going to require any budget adjustments, whether it's going to require more money from the Title I funds of the participating schools and so forth. Let me ask Kids Orchestra, if we don't have a contract in place with you for another month, if the board doesn't take action tonight, is that going to particularly hinder when the after-school program starts and so forth?
Yes.
Okay. How badly?
A lot, very, yeah. We do have staff that we pay to do this work, and the more we delay by months at a time, the work to begin, it really does hinder us as far as hiring the teachers that work at the schools.
In the ordinary course of business, if we had, say, approved this contract, a month ago, when would you have actually started working with the kids?
Before the last board meeting, before the last committee meeting. We actually would start in July. We start hiring and recruiting staff in July and meeting with the principals. So we did, based on the recommendation from the last meeting, open up enrollment and start having principal meetings. But it would put us significantly behind.
So Superintendent Cole, I think if I understand the numbers that I'm looking at in the presentation or the supporting memo, option 2 is fairly close, a little bit more maybe than what was on the docket at the committee of the whole.
And again, if Mr. Jaffron will come up, I think he's spoken to some staff to discuss some of the funding sources. Go ahead, Mr. Jaffron.
Good evening, Board. Yes, we have secured the funding for whatever amount you pick tonight.
So, all right. So I mean, do we know? I mean, what was the amount that was kind of proposed at the committee of the whole, Mr. Jaffron?
The first one was the 240,000. That was it was 175. Then when the meeting changed, we went to add Shenandoah to the list as well, which brought it to the 220. Sorry, 210. I got 3 numbers in my head. And then from that, we went to the board again with Superintendent Cole to come up with the second and third amount that you see there in front of you.
The 310.
Yes.
Okay, so the only real difference between this option 2 and what was presented and included in the supporting materials at the committee of the whole is the addition of Shenandoah to kind of function as a hub.
Correct, to give those schools and those surrounding schools in that area an opportunity.
All right. Then I'm allowed to, well, Mr. Shamlin's not here. I think I'm allowed to speak against even though it's the second, I can't speak against, I can vote against the substitute motion. All right. It may be appropriate, for us to consider going ahead and picking option 2 simply so as not to delay the provision of these services to the kids.
So are you rescinding your second on that motion? Okay. Shall we continue with board comment? Okay, and then we can come back to that.
Mr. Lewis and I can always withdraw the substitute motion if we choose to in a minute.
Okay,
Let's hear the
Mr.
rest of the
Godey.
comments.
Yeah, some of the comments that have just been made are what I want to bring up. I'm afraid that we will hamstring the kids orchestra with delaying because we already are behind. One of the things we need to revamp in our budget process is these kind of decisions need to be made in May or earlier, not now, so staffing can be done because we'll come up with these issues across the board with outside groups who are doing this. Also, in speaking to the budget, I really believe we ought to hold the budgets, but recognize that $70,000 is 0.001% of our budget. Nothing we do is that accurate. It is the level of dollars within this change is within the accuracy of what we do today, and to say it's not is just fooling ourselves. So I agree with Mr. Russ. I think we can expand this without going whole hog on the thing, see how it works, because McKinley Elementary gets something in here too. And I know they've had some issues with things cutting back. So I really would like to see us go forward with the option 2, and let's get the move on. And then hopefully in the fall or early spring, we can revisit these and decide how we do these, because the scope of these things really should be decided as part of the budget process, not now. And so I would strongly suggest we go with the option that's option 2, and let's move forward and get on with life. Thanks.
Thank you. I've entered into the queue as well. So, Mr. Joffrion,
Yes,
I wanted to ask, you mentioned that the funding is in place.
Yes, ma'am.
So could you just expound just a little bit on, I know that what is in our general budget versus where the additional funding may come from?
Title I has been secured, has secured 240,000 of this by Dr. Bethley, and the other would be just general fund. And remember, when you first got the memo, 175 was going to actually be covered by general fund.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Mr. Bryan, I just want to ask, when we think about option 2,
Yes, ma'am.
is this the same way that Kids Orchestra has operated before in the past? When I go back to remembering the Dufrock Hub site and the bus dropping the students off, is this the same process? And if you could speak to that for a moment.
Sure. It is very similar to between 2016 and 2019, we had a federal grant that allowed us to create those hub sites. I think one of the advantages of the way that this is set up, and this was a suggestion by Mr. Joffrion, is that, for example, Progress going to Ryan, Kids Orchestra would actually hire a staff member from Progress to be on the bus with the kids or travel with the kids from Progress to Ryan, and then remain on site to help with classroom management, to help with communicating with families and things like that. So that would allow for, 2 full-time staff, or two staff members to be on site in addition to all of our teaching artists that are doing the music, the SEL, and the snack and the homework.
Thank you. And so that leads to one more question. I know we have been very careful and holding our hand down on transportation. And I know in the past when we've done this, I know you all use like First Student as your bus transportation. So are we prepared, Mr. Cole, for being able to use our bus system for the after-school process?
Absolutely.
I will point out, we're only talking about 2 buses.
Okay.
We're talking Progress to Ryan, which is only a mile away from it, and then Villa Del Rey to Audubon, which is, I think, 2.1 miles.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Russ.
Mr. Lewis,
You had a
wanna go ahead?
point of information, a point
Yes,
of
sir.
personal privilege.
Yes, sir.
Last year we sit here and we talked about Kids Orchestra. You guys were looking for funding last year. You received the funding. Mr. Gode just mentioned that this should be a part of our budgeting process in May. I'm sure that was mentioned last year. If it was not, my bad. Okay? But I'm looking at your schools. On your first option, I wasn't here at the last meeting, guys, okay? I'm late to the party. I'm looking at Broadmoor Elementary, D, Claiborne Elementary, F, Villa Del Rey, D, McKinley Elementary, D, Jefferson Terrace, F. Now, when I first spoke a little while ago, I said there's no secret to the benefit of music in a child's overall development. Now I go down to option 2, and I don't see many of those grossly underperforming schools in that model. That bothers me. It bothered me last year. It's bothering me tonight. If we're going to move this district forward, and if you want to be a partner in moving this district forward, we have got to address the subgroups in our schools. We can't just keep catering to the higher performing schools. Because a lot of those kids, I'm willing to bet you, their parents could pay for private music lessons if they really wanted them to have them. I'm going to go along with Mr. Martin, but I promise you, do not show up next year asking for funds when you should be here in May. You will not get my support.
If I can give a point of information as well. So Coach, then that means if you guys rescind your substitute motion, would Coach be able to make a substitute motion and receive option 1? Because that's what it sounds like.
We talked about option 2. I was just using option 1 as an example of the schools that were mentioned in option 1 as opposed to the schools in option 2.
Okay. Mr. Joffrey, and I'm just sorry, y'all know, I shameless plug. Do we have the money available to do option 1? I'm just asking, just for a friend.
Yes, yes, ma'am, we do.
Oh, okay.
Why
All right.
can't we
Thank
put
you.
some of those schools in option 2? I'm just asking.
No, but we can do option
Because we want to talk about turning the district around and addressing subgroups, but then we spend a ton of money and none of those subgroups are even included.
Well, just for clarification, some of those schools that were in the first option, we would love to keep them. They were some schools that were in use last year, but kids were not coming to the program.
Whose fault was that?
The principal was there, as well as the teachers, as well as counselors.
Now, we just talked about principals getting outside agencies to go with brains.
Talk in the mic, Mr. Lewis.
Do I really need the mic?
Yes, they're asking for it.
Okay. We just sat here and had somebody talking about brain, about how you were going to put the principals, make the principals responsible for getting organizations to apply with brain, and we can't get a principal to get a child to come to something that's academically important to them? I don't know. Let's blame the principals and whoever's next in line, I guess.
No, it's not a blame, Coach. It's just we have the programs there. Kids Orchestra has been playing a big part in doing the recruiting, as well as the Fine Arts Department, but our principals support that. So we try, and our principals have. But for other reasons, it could be other after-school programs, it could be sports, it could be several other reasons that we can't get them to the program in certain schools.
Okay, so I
Thank you
hope
for my point of personal privilege and ranting a little bit.
that's all right.
But it upsets me when I look down a sheet of paper and I see a bunch of A and B schools
Yes, sir.
getting all the gravy
Yes,
and
sir.
D and F schools getting seamlessly left out.
If I may take up a point of personal privilege as well, I know we're using the privilege and the information quite a bit today. Coach, don't leave out, because I need to speak point of personal privilege. So my personal privilege is that my name is
talk
Carl.
about urologist about that.
Sir, okay, well, I'm going to hold my personal privilege because I wanted you to hear what I had to say. So,
Can
once
I go
again,
ahead while he's using the bathroom?
sure.
and then
Come
you
on,
can
Mr.
go?
Russ, come
All
on.
right, thank you. I wanted Mr. Lewis to be able to speak because I knew he was going to withdraw his motion. We can get back to the original motion after we chatted.
But I don't know if he withdrew.
No, he didn't actually withdraw, and I have a.
He's
I
going
have
to
a-
need to clarify that.
I have a couple of questions that I wanted to ask, which is why I got in the queue.
Okay. All right, so we're going to let him finish and then.
Since we're still on the original motion, either way. Thank you to Kids Orchestra. We don't ever want our partners to be in a position where school has started and you cannot do your work. And I'm sorry that you're in that position. Sometimes we get caught between a rock and a hard place trying to do this work. And clearly we're all very passionate about our children, and I appreciate Mr. Lewis's passion for wanting kids, all of our kids, to have access to these programs. Going back to conversations we've had, what I will ask Mr. Cole is to be reminded that when we come to next year's budget, when we're working with our partners, we've got to have a better process for how we make decisions about how we fund what we want to fund as a board and as a system, how we work with them so that they're not at the, 7 days after school has started trying to get going, but we're holding them up. I've had this conversation with multiple partners this week that are waiting on us to give them the go-ahead on what they need, because we don't have a good process and system for how we make these decisions. So that's my piece. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't worry, I held my point of personal privilege for you. So, Coach, I just wanted to share, and this is not just for Coach Lewis. This is for anybody and everyone who's listening. Firsthand experiences. And you guys have heard me talk about how Kids Orchestra had literally changed my life. And what I mean by that is my son went to Dufrock. In all honesty, that's one of the reasons why I kept him there as long as I did. We lived in the Scotlandville area. So he was a transfer bus student, got a cell phone way earlier than what I wanted him to get because he was riding a transfer bus. But in second grade, he was introduced to a violin. Now with Kids Orchestra, it's an after-school program. So with it being an after-school program, what that means is that, yes, the principal introduces the program to the parent, but the parent has to make sure that the child stays. So if the parent does not allow the child to stay, the children do not get a chance to enjoy the program. And that it has been the issue. So for me, even with my son being one of those students, being a single parent and a teacher, not making a lot of money, I was on a sliding scale. Once the child would get on the bus from Dufrock, go to, I believe, is it St. James, downtown, is where the hub site was at that time. Take the class, come back, and then I had to be available to pick up my child at 5:30. If I didn't allow my child to stay, they couldn't be a part of the program. And so that's what we have to remember as well. And I know that Mother Pearl would appreciate this as well, that we have to hold our parents accountable. We can't just say that it's administration. We have to make sure that our parents know that these programs are available and that we can offer it to them. And then at the same time, maybe we need to be more creative with transportation home or whatever the case is, but it's not just the principal.
I understand that, Ms. Powell, but you know what? Somewhere tonight in this meeting, parental involvement or parental engagement is going to rear its head. I've been in this district 15 years, and I have to yet see it become a priority for parental engagement. It's something that we give a lot of voice to, but when the rubber hits the road, we just want parental involvement. We don't want to engage. We don't want to talk to our parents. Until we can move and get out of our own comfort zones and stop talking to hear ourselves talk and engage the parents, the grandparents, then we're going to stay the same old EBR.
No, I have no comment for Mr. Lewis's statement. I agree 100%.
Okay. Mr. Martin.
Thank you. I remember having the same conversations last year that Mr. Lewis talked about, and we talked at length. It was one of the first contracts that we ever voted on after I took office. And there was extensive discussion about the equity of which schools were chosen. That was the number one question that Mr. Rust and I and Mr. Lewis and others asked at that time. We all did say that we need to get this done earlier. That's not Kids Orchestra's fault. That's the district's fault. We failed. We did not do what we needed to do in order to reform the budget process and bring these kind of contracts to the board on a timely basis. And to that end, Superintendent Cole, I very much appreciate you providing us this kind of calendar of when major things will happen as the work in progress. Obviously, I think we need to put in May that's when we do all of our partner contracts, right? If they're going to be providing support in our schools, then we make those decisions in May at the latest so that everybody can be ready to go. So turning back to the item at hand, what I wonder is if there's a way, because I frankly think this is a great program, and I like the expanded schools that are covered in option 1. I'm a little concerned about voting for something before we've got fully supporting documentation for the public to see it, but I also want, we're overdue approving this contract to begin with. So I wanted to ask Council and Superintendent Cole and Kids Orchestra for that matter, is it possible that we could approve option 2 tonight and direct staff to work with Kids Orchestra to see, so we can consider a month from now whether we could add in the remaining schools for option 1, and then we would get most of the schools started, and we could start a little bit late maybe with the additional 4 schools or so that might also then give time to those schools where maybe you need a little more work to get the parental involvement and so forth that we need in there to market that to folks to encourage them to participate. Is that a possibility, Superintendent Cole?
Absolutely.
Then I might suggest to my colleague, Mr. Lewis, that we withdraw the substitute motion and make a different substitute motion, which would be to approve option 2, but also direct the staff to bring us a proposal that would add in the additional schools from option 1 for our consideration a month from now. Would you be supportive of that, Coach?
Yes.
Just a point of order. It sounds more like a friendly amendment, I'm sure.
Mr. Rust, would you be amenable to that as a friendly amendment?
Yes.
Okay, so then Mr. Lewis would withdraw, and I would withdraw the substitute motion?
We'll withdraw it under the conditions that the 4 schools, the other schools are brought to us at a later date, and we can get them in the program. I withdraw the motion.
Okay, I approve of the withdrawal.
Proposal to add the
And we offer that friendly amendment, Mr. Rust.
Do I need to state that?
Yes, please.
Okay. So to amend my original motion.
Mr. Rush, just for a moment, I believe that Kids Orchestra wanted to intervene just for a minute.
With the addition of the 4 schools at a later date, in order to prepare to go into those schools, we think it would be good to set a start date of January so that we have time to meet with the schools and the parents and make sure that we're doing this right.
We can cover, that could be part of your proposal in a month.
We'll leave that to you guys to tell us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's going to take until January?
We normally start in July to start programming in October, late September. Yes, it takes that long. We have to meet with schools, we have to meet with school administrators, we have to meet with parents, we have to recruit, we have to engage the kids. It takes that long to do this job right, and we're going to do it right.
Okay, we'll see.
All right, you all. So, Mr. Martin,
I think it's Mr. Rust. It's his original motion.
Okay, Mr. Rust.
So I'd like to amend my original motion to, let's see how to word this, to approve option 2 with the addition of the request that Kids Orchestra come back with an additional proposal at the September Committee of the Whole to add the 4 additional schools missing from option 3. Does that cover us?
It's option 1.
It's option 1.
As a point of order, could we add that to delegate to the Committee of the Whole to give final approval to that so that we could not have to, so that they could maybe start faster? That's only a couple, 3 weeks away.
Yeah.
That makes a difference. It does.
Yeah, certainly.
Mr. Shamlin.
I just need clarity on that. So, Mr. Martin, are you suggesting that the board's action tonight move this item to the COW?
No, I'm suggesting that we would approve option, the approval of option 2 would be effective tonight, but that we further, as part of the addition to the friendly amendment to that motion, that we would delegate to the committee of the whole authority to grant final approval to, if we so choose at that time, to an expanded proposal.
Yeah, I don't know that we can, committee of the whole isn't designed for final approvals. It might be better to do that in a special meeting prior to the committee of the whole that night.
May I make a suggestion?
Yes, sir.
There seems to be agreement that we want to go bigger. Well, never mind.
All right. Would anybody mind if we had a quick special meeting? They say it could make a difference, and to Coach Lewis's point, speed, matters to these kids. So that gives us 2 weeks to better understand the financial details, get that as soon as we can so that the public has a chance to see the source of funds and so forth. So then I would suggest, Mr. Russ, that the friendly amendment be to approve option 2 and to ask the Kids Orchestra to present a revised proposal that would expand to the other schools in option 1 and present that to us at a special board meeting held right before the next committee of the whole.
Yes.
You got that?
You agree with that, Mike? Mike agrees.
So Kids Orchestra, 3 weeks is long enough? Yes? Okay. All right.
For giving you guys the information about the next proposal? Right. Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, so considering that is a friendly amendment, yes, okay. All right, then what we will do is we have finished with board comments. We will now turn to comments from the public at this time. Dr. Finney. And let me go ahead and I'll read the rest of the list as well. Dr. Finney, Ms. McMillan, Mr. Stewart, Ms. Nyman. Okay, thank you.
This was an inequitable use of funds 2 years ago. It was an inequitable use of funds last year. And I think you're being far too generous for Kids Orchestra for them coming in August with their proposal. Maybe they tried to get this on your agenda early on. I don't know that. Maybe you do. But I'm not convinced that this is a good use of money. However, it appears that many of you are convinced it is. So why waste time in 3 weeks? Just approve option 1 if that's what you want to do. I have no idea how you're going to pay for the first $240,000. Apparently, you've got the administration rearranging funds however they want, irregardless of the budget process. But whatever you do, this isn't reaching every kid, and it needs to reach every kid, especially those that need to ride the bus home at the end of the school day. So you haven't put an instrumental music experience available to every kid, and you need to do that years ago. Thank you.
Ms. McMillan.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Tanya McMillan. I have a parent here in East Baton Rouge Parish School System. And I would like you guys to explore a way to offer Kids Orchestra to every student or every elementary student in East Baton Rouge Parish. If we have the sites that we have, it's just a matter of logistics and finding out how to get kids from one school to the next. If we have a school that it was at and we had low participation, it's not fair to take it away from that whole school and the kids who were showing up. So if it's a matter of getting those 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 kids to the school down the street, let's just get them to the school down the street. We can't take away their opportunity because not enough kids in their school took advantage of it. And I think it should be noted too that this program has been at Flame for, what did they say, 10 years? And we just now talking about getting into other kids. That's the problem. And this is just one example of things that some schools have and other schools don't. And we can start with teachers that are being invested into as well. So it's a lot of things we can look at, but let's try to get it to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McMillan. Mr. Stewart.
Madam President, Vice President, Superintendent Cole, and the remainder of the board and the audience and all of the listening audience as well. First of all, I'm a graduate of EBR school systems. I attended Baton Rouge High. I played in the orchestra / symphony and the jazz band, and it was one of the most fabulous experiences I've ever had in my life. My mother, God rest her soul, she's a retired music teacher from the East Baton Rouge Parish School System. She was instrumental in brokering a deal with the Baton Rouge Symphony Orchestra where they played for the children who ordinarily would not have they used to go to the River Center, and it was the Centroplex at the time, and experience the orchestra. They need to have music in every school. What is and I'm not pouring cold water on the kids' orchestra, what are they doing that we can't hire teachers in every school, a music teacher, to expose these children during the day to music? I think those funds would be better spent there. And Coach, to talk about parental involvement, brother, I've been preaching, screaming, crying, hooping and hollering, screaming. The bottom line is we have a generation of young parents who in many instances were not prepared to be parents. These are the parents, the children that attend our school system.
Thank you, Mr.
And we are
Stewart.
going to have to employ some modality, Superintendent Cole, to motivate these parents to get them to
Mr.
understand
Stewart.
that education is one of the most important items in their children's
Mr.
lives.
Stewart, thank you so much.
And not Air Jordan tennis shoes and tattoos and all this.
Bye-bye, Mr. Stewart. See you on the next item. Ms. Nyman.
Good evening again. Tanya Nyman, District 7. So you'll notice that on my card I don't have in support or opposition. I kind of just wanted to speak to the frustration that's been expressed about the inability to get music education equitably provided across the district. And so I'm a product of New Orleans Public Schools. I went to Jean Gordon Elementary. I was in elementary school in the 70s. My public school was racially diverse, it was socioeconomically diverse, and we had music in the school, like we had music class during the day. And I know there's a myriad of reasons why music education has been eliminated from our public education system, and it's not within this board's control specifically, and it's heartbreaking. And I just want to speak to how heartbreaking that is, but I also want to point out how Kids Orchestra is an attempt to mitigate that harm, but it is inadequate for the reasons that people are talking about. My parents, are you kidding me? I'm out of time?
Yes, ma'am. It's called the heat right now, so that's why we have, yes, we're supposed to be at a 3 and a 1 minute. 3 minute for board and 1 minute for public.
I just want to say that my family was modest means. We didn't have a car. So that's how you avoid blaming the parents for not providing their children with the opportunity. When they have it in the school and they don't have a car and they can't pick up their kid, they still get music education.
Thank you. Seeing no further public comment at this time, I have entered into the queue, and I have a question I want to say possibly for Ms. Lopez. If you can come forward, please. My question is in regards to what does it take to hire a teacher financially? How much does that cost us versus how much we pay Kids Orchestra per employee that you all have? You know, how does that work? I believe that there's going to be a difference in number there.
So a first-year teacher with a bachelor's degree coming out of school starts at $50,000. You add 30% on that. I always use about $65,000. It's just an average of what a teacher makes. The teachers that will be working after school, if it's an after-school program like extended day, the schools get the choice of choosing the amount that they pay, whether it be $25, $30, or $35 an hour for the teacher to stay.
Thank you so much. One of the gentlemen from Kids Orchestra, really quickly. How many teachers will you employ through this process? Music teachers, that is.
The music teachers who are either professional musicians or music education majors at local universities, we employed about 80 teachers last year.
Okay, so 300,000 divided by 80, Mr. Godet, is what? I knew that what we know is that that's not 50,000 per teacher?
Sorry, that was program, I should say that
3,000.
was program-wide, so.
Okay,
about-
program-wide.
Yeah, so about a quarter of that for EBR schools. or
Okay, so-
half to, more like a half of that for EBR.
Thank you so much. That's all I wanted to make sure that I shared. And the other is, you know, if it were up to me, and this is what I was trying to get at, Mr. Lewis and Mr. Martin, anybody else on the board, if we want all the schools to be serviced, which I definitely want every school to be serviced, and Mr. Joffrion and Mr. Cole is saying that the money is available, why not service them all? I'm just saying. Why not service them all? I mean, hey.
Well, I just want to be clear on that. When we met with Kids Orchestra earlier this week, and we talked about the capacity in terms to provide the services for the district, we spoke about 15 schools was the capacity that Kids Orchestra could provide the service.
My apologies. Let me correct myself. All of the schools that are mentioned in the option 1, which are 9 regions.
Okay.
You know, if that is the case, if we have 500,000 and we can support 80 teachers to teach in an after-school program, and we want at least a sample of all of our kids to participate, the sample that the parents allow to participate, why not do it? What are we arguing over? I'm just asking. Thank you. Mr. Gode.
You covered some of my points. Thank you. Mr. Joffrion, a quick question. You know, we talk about music education, and I've gotten the sense that some people think that the only music education we have is done through Kids Orchestra. Can you just take a little bit of my time and talk about what do we offer as a district for music education, and how does Kids Orchestra complement that of what we offer?
Okay.
Because we do offer a lot of music education within the district.
We do. We have 40-plus elementary schools. Out of those schools, maybe 38 of those schools have music programs. Those programs consist of general music, some are instrumental music, and some are vocal. This gives those kids the opportunity to have additional time in a music form, particularly when we do general music in education, in elementary education. They get exploratory services in every type of music form you can think of. This is more specialized, that will give them the opportunity to truly get to instruments. So when we do our feeder patterns, when we move to middle and high school, that's how we get a lot of our players because of that.
I just wanted everyone to be clear, particularly the public, is that we don't rely on Kids Orchestra to provide all of the music education. They are an adjunct on top of what we already provide, and that just because you're not in Kids Orchestra, it doesn't mean you're not getting any music education.
Correct.
Now, I fully appreciate what Kids Orchestra are doing. I'm not trying to talk that, but it just sort of the sense came out of it's either Kids Orchestra or nothing.
Right.
And we are already covering a broad base of all of our elementary schools with our own internal music teachers, which it sounded like some members of the public thought we didn't have music teachers, but we do. And I know we did. So I just wanted to get that cleared up, that this is an add-on on top of, not the only meal at the buffet.
We have every school in the district, and I'm proud to say that we have every school with a art program, with at least one art program at their school. The only one I'm working on is South Downs.
Thank you.
Don't go nowhere, Mr. Jaffian.
Okay, Mr. Lewis.
Capital Middle has arts, music.
Yes, they do.
How long have they had their program there?
Since I've been in this position, I know for sure 3 years.
Okay. I asked the state monitor 12 years ago, why didn't we have it? She couldn't answer me, but I knew why we didn't have it. I don't want to open that can of worms. What about Capital Elementary? Do they have music?
Yes, they do have, either Capital has music because we have 8 forms. They used to have music. I don't know which art form off the top of my head, but I know they have a art, I think it's visual art, but they do want dance, and they ask me that every year, but I can't give it because they don't have the allotment of teachers.
Does Jefferson Terrace have it?
Jefferson Terrace they have music, and plus they have a band program in middle school.
Okay. I'm asking these questions because, and I'm going to repeat myself, we've got to start addressing the complexities of our subgroups in our schools. So if we add Jefferson Terrace, that's going to be an add-on, that's going to be additional?
Yes.
What about Claiborne?
Claiborne has a wonderful choir teacher this year. This would be his first year there, as well as visual arts.
Villa Del Rey?
Villa Del Rey has a little bit of everything because it is a magnet school and it has a creative arts department, and I know for sure it has music, and the principal is very enthusiastically happy about them getting kids orchestra, and they have visual art.
Okay. Now there's 3 schools on this list in District 5. BR Flame is an A, Dufrock, that's a C, Westdale Heights Academic Magnet is an A.
Mm-hmm.
Do they not have music in those schools already?
Yes, they do.
But we're going to put Kid Orchestra in there as a additional.
They have been since the inception. I think all 3 of those schools just about have been a part of that program. Now, a lot of those kids that attend those schools, they don't get the assistance that some of the kids do. A lot of those kids' parents pay full price or close to full price for them to get those services. Those kids who get the kids orchestra assistance are those parents and children who just can't afford it.
We got this is a complex situation. It really is. In most of the schools that we're talking about, you're educating African American children. And we generally learn by doing. We express ourselves. We like music. We dance.
Yes, we do. Research shows children who have the opportunity to have the arts.
Okay, so if you go and you go and you look at the ELA scores, the math scores, and the science scores. If you've got vibrant programs in the arts, dance, theater, drama, you should see an increase in the ELA, the math, and the science. So I think we need to line this stuff up and stop just saying, oh, this looks good over here, this looks good over there. Let's have some real meaning behind how we spend our money. And you're going to hear me say it again. You're going to hear me say it 100 more times for the night's over with. Until we start addressing the real issues of how we're not addressing our subgroups, even in our high-performing schools. We have issues with our subgroups, be it English language learners, economically disadvantaged, Black, African American, you name it. We still have issues in those subgroups. And until we start addressing those, we're just going to be, again, the same old EBR. What are we going to do to become a progressive school system? And art and music and dance and all that's a part of it.
It is.
And to Ms. Nyman, a part of why it was taken away from schools, that was a part of the attack on public education. Thank you, Ronald Reagan.
Coach.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Russ.
Thank you. I really appreciate the conversation we're having. I also want to point out we have at least 11 more items to vote on tonight. So I would ask Madam President to strictly enforce rules of order. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Okay, seeing no further board comment at this time, we will now entertain a vote, and if you will restate the motion for the record, please.
Amendment to the motion to approve a professional service contract option 2 as reflected in the board backup between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Kids Orchestra in the amount of $310,000 to provide services for Kids Orchestra after-school program for 24-25, with the addition of a request to Kids Orchestra to present a proposal at a special meeting prior to the September Committee of the Whole. expanding option 1 to add additional schools.
Thank you. We will entertain a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. All right, before we proceed forward, thank you so much, Mr. Russ, for that reminder. I think that if we had a parliamentarian, I would name Mr. Russ as the parliamentarian. Yes, so thank you once again. So for our board, just a friendly reminder, number one, if y'all didn't know, it's hot, okay? Number two, I would say in a class, I would say that we would want to limit our comments, so I'm going to even say that in this vein as well. So reminder, once again, board members, that our comments are limited, thank you, to 3 minutes, and public comment to 1 minute, so that way we can, number one, move quickly through the agenda, number two, so that way we can, not exert so much energy. And so with that in mind as well, I want to ask, if there is no objection, if we can switch up our order just a little bit more to take items I2 and I3 at this time, immediately followed by G1. If there is no objection, if we can take items I2.
I object because we have people in the audience waiting on these other contracts.
Okay, so if that is the case, then we will continue then. Thank you so much.
Point of information.
Yes.
Just because we need 6 votes on the millage, Ms. Stewart, you're not going to be here for the whole rest of the evening, correct? That Mr. Godet, is why we'd hoped to take that up.
Okay.
So that while she's here, because we need 6 votes for that millage.
Just for that one thing item, yeah, we can move that. I didn't know.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay.
So let us go ahead and take I2. Resolution, adjusted millage rates, consideration and adoption of the resolution, to adjust millage rates for the tax year 2024. And Mr. Shamlin, Ms. Armand, I am to read this document. Okay, all right, so this is resolution number 2. Be it resolved by the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, Taxing District of the Parish of East Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in a public meeting held on August 15, 2024, which meeting was conducted in accordance with the Open Meetings Law and the additional requirements of Article 7, Section 23C of the Louisiana Constitution and RS 471705B, that the taxing district voted to increase the millage rate, but not in excess of the prior year's maximum rate on all taxable property shown on the official assessment roll for the year 2024, and when collected, the revenues from said taxes shall be used only for the specific purposes for which said taxes have been levied. Said millage rates are Alphabet A, General Fund, Constitution Tax, adjusted rate 4.95 mils, 2024 levy 5.25 mils. For general fund, special maintenance tax authorized through 2026 roll, adjusted rate 0.98 mils, 2024 levy 1.0 mils. Special tax, additional aid to public schools authorized through 2033 roll, adjusted rate 6.17 mils, 2024 levy 6.50 mils. Special tax, additional teachers authorized through 2034 roll, adjusted rate 2.62 mils, 2024 levy 2.78 mils. Special tax, employee salaries and benefits, authorized through 2034 roll, adjusted rate 1.75 mils, 2024 levy 1.86 mils. Special tax, employee salaries and benefits, authorized through 2028 roll, adjusted rate 6.73 mills, 2024 levy 7.14 mills. Special tax, replacing reduced state and local receipts, authorized through 2027 roll, adjusted rate 4.69 mills, 2024 levy 4.98 mills. Special tax, employee salaries and benefits, authorized through 2026 roll, adjusted rate 5.64 mills, 2024 levy 5.99 mills. Special tax, employee salaries and benefits, authorized through 2023 roll, adjusted rate 6.82 mills, 2024 levy 7.19 mills, for a total of adjusted rate 4.35 mills, total of 2024 levy for 42.73 mills. For ADAPP, oh, well, that's continued. That's what that is, okay? Special tax support, ADAPP, authorized through 2026, 0.68 mills, 2024 levy, 0.72 mills, correction. Further, it be resolved that the assessor of the parish of East Baton Rouge shall extend upon the assessment roll for the year 2024 the taxes herein levied, and the tax collector of said parish shall collect and remit the same to said taxing authority in accordance with law. The foregoing resolution was read in full, the roll was called on the adoption thereof, and the resolution was adopted by no less than 2/3 of the total membership of the taxing authority voting in favor as required by Article 7, Section 23C of the Louisiana Constitution and RS 471705B. The votes, okay, at this point. All right. So is there a motion?
Is
It's
it
been
per-
moved.
You gotta,
Hmm?
not for one, just for two, right? Oh.
This is, okay. So then what do we need to do at this point, you all? I do apologize.
Oh,
So it has to be a roll call vote.
oh, we're on this item.
So,
Okay, so you read item 3 instead of 2, the resolution.
okay,
So this one has to be a roll call vote.
okay. And so do I need to read the information from the agenda as well? Okay, so correction, what I read was I-2 and picked up resolution number 2, but this is actually I-3, which correlates with resolution number 2, correct? Okay, so the agenda item reads, this is item I-3, resolution roll forward millage. A consideration and adoption of a resolution to set forth the adjusted millage rates after reassessment and roll forward the millage to rates not to exceed the prior year's maximum millage for the tax year 2024. And this particular item requires a roll call vote. We will now have a motion. Yes.
Yeah, I move that we adopt the resolution.
Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Martin. Is there a second? It has been seconded by Mr. Lewis. Comments from the board at this time? And this is on item I-3, which is resolution number 2. Mr. Ballou.
Yeah, just real quick, I'm going to be voting for the resolution, and like I had stated earlier, these are for recurring cost and not for a fixed project. So I'm going to vote to keep the rate at the rate the voters approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
I also support it, obviously, and I just wanted to note that we are not raising the millage. The rate is staying exactly the same. We're simply not reducing it to keep the amount of money coming in the same. So nobody's raising any millage rates here. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the board, we will now turn to comments from the public at this time. Ms. Matthews.
there we go. Someone was talking about people who have difficulty buying groceries with the property taxes and things like that during this time. It's teachers, it's paras, it's clerks, it's secretaries, and guess what helps pays our salary? This tax. So please do approve to roll it forward because this will continue to pay our salaries. So absolutely vote for it. And we definitely would appreciate it so that we can continue having a salary. Thank you so very much for supporting the employees of East Baton Rouge Parish School System.
Thank you. Ms. Parkerson and then Ms. Nyman.
Good evening, District 1, Ursula Parkerson. Superintendent Cole, I'm still here for that meeting whenever you're ready. Sorry. I just wanted to, I guess, sort of reiterate what Storm said. I have been here for reduction in force letters, and I have gotten the letters that said, I don't think we have a job for you next year, but good luck. Y'all just gained a lot of goodwill from teachers by giving us a stellar administration. Please don't lose it by now making us force a possible reduction in force if we don't have the funds to cover teacher salaries. And the other thing I would say is this millage does go for like building maintenance, right? I mean, if our buildings are already very old and aging, and I know that my own personal school is having issues, y'all should see the amount of people who are on social media complaining about the no air conditioning. If we can't fix it with already the budget we have, then what are we gonna do with $12 million less? Like, we need this money. These kids are at school sweating and
Ms.
nosebleeds
Parkinson.
and everything else. Sorry.
Ms. Nyman.
Good evening, Tanya Nyman. I hate to use my 60 seconds on this, but I'm a bit confused because the agenda item is I2 is the resolution for adjusted millage rates, which just guarantees, which would essentially include that 12.9 million cut because it won't roll forward. And then there's I3, which is the resolution roll forward millage. And I think that's on top. First, you have to pass that adjusted millage, and then we can discuss the roll forward millage. And so I'm just a bit confused. Either
Mr.
way, I'm
Chairman.
for both.
Okay, thank you.
But I want my 20 seconds. I just
Oh,
want to
I'm
know what I'm
sorry. Go
talking
ahead,
on. So if we have to, I hope it's a no-brainer that we pass the one where we at least maintain the property tax millages in existence, because you would be eliminating the entire budget if you don't just pass the adjusted rate millage. The roll forward, of course, should be, again, the narrative around this fact. Calling it a roll forward is Orwellian. It is not an accurate characterization of what's going on, and I'll come back when we go into that second resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Shamlin.
Yeah, President Powell spoke with Ms. Lopez to assure that we do this the right way. She's suggesting that you move to the first resolution and read it into the record, pass it first, then move to the second.
Okay, all right, so we can just do that, or do I need to?
I would ask if there's no objection from any board members that you table this item, withdraw the motion, and then move to that item and read it into the record.
I'll withdraw the motion.
Okay, thank you. All right, so then, thank you so much. Let's go to I2, resolution, adjusted millage rates, consideration and adoption of the resolution to adjust millage rates for the tax year 2024. I will now read resolution number 1. Here we go. Be it resolved by the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, Taxing District of the Parish of East Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in a public meeting held on August 15, 2024, which meeting was conducted in accordance with the Open Meetings Law and the additional requirements of Article 7, Section 23C of the Louisiana Constitution and RS 471705B, that the following adjusted millage rates be, and they are hereby levied upon the dollar of the assessed valuation of all property subject to ad valorem taxation within said parish for the year 2024 for the purpose of raising revenue. General fund, constitutional tax, millage, 4.95 mills. Special maintenance tax, authorized through 2026 roll, 0.98 mills. Special tax, additional aid to public schools, authorized through 2033 roll, 6.17 mills. Special tax, additional teachers, authorized through 2034 roll, 2.62 mills. Special tax, employee salaries and benefits, authorized through 2034 roll, 1.75 mills. Special tax, employee salaries and benefits, authorized through 2028 roll, 6.73 mills. Special tax, replacing reduced state and local receipts, authorized through 2027 roll, 4.69 mills. Special tax, employee salaries and benefits, authorized through 2026 roll, 5.64 mills. Special tax, employee salaries and benefits, authorized through 2033 roll, 6.82 mills, for a total of 40.35 mills. Alphabet B, for ADAPP, special tax, support ADAPP, authorized through 2026, 0.68 mills, totaling 41.03 mills. Be it further resolved that the assessor of the parish of East Baton Rouge shall extend upon the assessment roll for the year 2024 the taxes herein levied, and the tax collector of said parish shall collect and remit the same to said taxing authority in accordance with law. The foregoing resolution was read in full. The roll will be called on the adoption thereof. Is there a motion?
I move that we adopt the resolution.
It has been moved by Mr. Martin. Is there a second? It has been seconded by Mr. Russ. Comments from the board at this time? Okay. Seeing none, we will now turn to comments from the public. Ms. Nyman.
Take two in 60 seconds or less. Yes, I wholeheartedly support this resolution, and I'm assuming all of you do as well. But I just want to sort of begin to demystify the narrative around this. Just because y'all adopt this reduced millage doesn't mean that every tax property owner is not going to see an increase in their bill, because y'all don't control the valuations of properties. That is totally within the control of the assessor, and so it is misleading to suggest to your constituents that by adopting this, they are automatically going to see a reduction in their tax bill. It's actually going to be uneven. Some people are going to see a reduction in their tax bill because their property values remain flat and y'all are reducing the millage. Some people are still going to see an increase because even though you're reducing the millage, the increase on their property established by the assessor's office still went up so much that it's going to increase their property tax bill. And so it's really important. People do not understand what's going on here, and it is unnecessarily hurting our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nyman. Seeing no further comment from the public at this time. Okay, Dr. Finney, make sure you turn in your card.
I will. I turn in my cards based on the agenda as it was presented. Because I'm a teacher, I have a handout. Mr. Godet. For your convenience, I cut and pasted from the Secretary of State's website the ballot language. So the voters approved particular millages, not particular tax amounts. So this is a necessary step. And to save my time, I will just encourage you to vote for this quickly and unanimously, and then proceed to roll forward, and I'll have more to say about that in a moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further public comment at this time, we will now return to comments from the board. Seeing none, we will entertain a vote, and this is on agenda item I2, which is resolution number 1.
Please vote.
Can we get roll call since we can't see it?
It's supposed to be a roll call.
No, the next one is supposed to be. The motion carries.
All right, so, Mr. Shamlin, as we get to item I3, do I read Resolution 2?
I would reread it into the record, yes.
Thank you, sir. Resolution 2 is, okay. So once again, I3, resolution, roll forward millage. Consideration and adoption of a resolution to set forth the adjusted millage rates after reassessment and roll forward the millage to rates not to exceed the prior year's maximum millage for the tax year 2024. And this requires a roll call vote. Resolution number 2. Be it resolved by the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board Taxing District of the Parish of East Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in a public meeting held on August 15, 2024, which meeting was conducted in accordance with the Open Meetings Law and the additional requirements of Article 7, Section 23C of the Louisiana Constitution and RS 47-1705B, that the taxing district voted to increase the millage rates, but not in excess of the prior year's maximum rates on all taxable property shown on the official assessment roll for the year 2024. And when collected, the revenues from said taxes shall be used only for the specific purposes for which said taxes have been levied. Said millage rates are constitutional tax, adjusted rate, 4.95 mills, 2024 levy, 5.25 mills. Special maintenance tax, authorized through 2026 roll, adjusted rate 0.98 mills, 2024 levy 1.04 mills. Special tax, additional aid to public schools, authorized through 2033 roll, adjusted rate 6.17 mills, 2024 levy 6.50 mills. Special tax, additional teachers, authorized through 2034 roll, to adjusted rate 2.62 mills, 2024 levy 2.78 mills. Special tax, employee salaries and benefits, authorized through 2034 roll, adjusted rate 1.75 mills, 2024 levy 1.86 mills. Special tax, employee salaries and benefits, authorized through 2028 roll, adjusted rate 6.73 mills, 2024 levy 7.14 mills. Special tax, replacing reduced state and local receipts, authorized through 2027 roll, adjusted rate 4.69 mills, 2024 levy 4.98 mills. Special tax, employee salaries and benefits, authorized through 2026 roll, adjusted rate 5.64 mills, 2024 levy 5.99 mills. Special tax, employee salaries and benefits, authorized through 2033 roll, adjusted rate 6.82 mills, 2024 levy 7.19 mills, for a total adjusted rate of 40.35 mills, and for a total 2024 levy of 42.73 mills. For ADAPP, special tax, support ADAPP, authorized through 2026, 0.68 mills, 2024 levy, should I read that correctly? 2024 levy, 0.72 mills, for a total of 41.03 mills, and 2024 levy for a total of 43.45 mills. Further, it be resolved that the assessor of the parish of East Baton Rouge shall extend upon the assessment roll for the year 2024 the taxes herein levied, and the tax collector of said parish shall collect and remit the same to said taxing authority in accordance with the law. The foregoing resolution was read in full. The roll will be called for the adoption thereof. Is there a motion?
I move that we adopt the resolution.
It has been moved by Mr. Martin. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Mr. Lewis. Comments from the board at this time? Okay, we will now turn to comments from the public. Ms. McMillan.
Tanya McMillan, parent of a child in East Baton Rouge Parish School System. I'll be honest, I have no idea what y'all are just talking about. But I do know y'all talking about tax dollars. All the mills and all that stuff is kind of confusing to, lay persons like myself. But what's not confusing is to understand that we need to be good stewards of these tax dollars. So when every chance I get, I'm going to remind you guys of the $1.2 million we spent renovating Baton Rouge Flame for our pre-K program, because we got that grant, that Reimagine grant, and we needed to make those classes accessible for little kids. We just gave those renovated classrooms to Kids Carousel, who pays no rent and no utilities in our buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Finney.
Mr. Russ, I understand you already announced that you were going to vote against this. I hope you'll reconsider. Because as you can see from the handout, the voters approved a certain millage. My house valuation has gone up. I'm proud to pay more property tax to support public schools. It is entirely appropriate. That is the way property tax works. So if the voters approved a certain millage rate, that is the millage rate that the board should levy. And I would hope that this vote would be unanimous. That $12.5 million would do a lot to provide not music in most schools and visual art in most schools and dance in some schools, but all of the arts in every school, which should be the bare minimum. Thank you, and I appreciate the fact that many of you will vote in favor of this, hopefully all of you. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Stewart.
Thank you again. I'd like to encourage this board. If I'm not mistaken, I think the law affords you, this body, the luxury of voting on the ITEP scenario about making major corporations like ExxonMobil and the others pay more money, even if they don't pay 100% of what they should be paying. I think all of you should encourage them to at least pay something more than what they're paying. It is very evident that not only the East Baton Rouge Parish school system, however, school systems across this United States, they need as much money as possible. So as you are possibly unanimously approving this gesture tonight, or if not unanimously approving it, I think you should have the spinal fortitude, the testicular fortitude, and every other fortitude to be able to prompt these mega businesses to pay their fair share
Thank you,
as
Mr.
well.
Stewart.
Thank you, Madam
Ms.
President.
Nyman.
Tanya Nyman. So very quickly, I wanted to just point out the irony that if you don't vote to approve the roll, I hate calling it a roll forward, to maintain the property tax millage that voters approved during the last elections, the fact is that, for example, in that the example I started with at the beginning, the property associated with a middle income earner will actually see a greater increase in their property taxes than the property associated with an upper income tax property owner. And I can show you those numbers if you'd like to see how that works, because it is beyond your control. It is the assessor's control that controls the final dollars, right? And so there's that point. And the second one is that I understand property owners are being squeezed. Homeowner insurance is through the roof, and then there's also the way in which valuations in this parish are not transparent, and there's no uniformity, not only across the parish, but within neighborhoods. But the problem is that our public schools should not be responsible for fixing that. That is a part of the insurance office, the insurance department,
Thank you, Ms.
probably a
Nyman.
federal issue, and also the assessor's office. I hope you'll change your mind.
Thank you. Seeing no further public comment at this time, we will turn to comments from the board. Okay, seeing none, Mr. Russ.
Thanks. I'll be quick. I'm going to reiterate what I said earlier. We are experiencing record results of inflation in this environment. Renters in this parish pay some of the highest rents per capita in the nation. That is a direct result of inflation and an inflationary environment. We have a choice on whether we want to roll this forward. It is our board's choice. Yes, the voters did agree at a certain millage. They also agreed for that millage at a time when their property was assessed at a certain value. We are not responsible for how the assessor conducts those assessments and when, but we are responsible for the money that we're about to ask for out of their pockets at a time when people need it more than ever. People on fixed incomes, people that do not own property, but pay a premium to live in a apartment, in a home, a condo, wherever it is, they are paying a premium because of high property taxes and because of the dozen plus different independent taxing authorities that have no oversight in this parish to coordinate how tax dollars are effectively used. We have tens of millions of dollars in surplus, and the fact that we won't spend it has more to do with compliance than the fact that we actually need it. I reject the idea that a failure to roll forward this millage does not support teacher pay. When I was unanimous, along with the rest of this board, in passing a budget that supported teachers and giving them a raise this year, $12 million is $12 million that we have in a slush fund sitting waiting to be spent. There is not a single metric that a board member could look at and apply to how we measure success in this school board when it comes to how tax dollars are being spent, that any of us can honestly look in the mirror and say that we have done everything in our power to maximize the use of the tax dollars that we oversee. There's nobody here that can look with a straight face and say they have done every single thing in their power to maximize the use of these tax dollars. We have a lot of work to do. We need to put our money where our mouth is. We need to do the hard work of sharpening our pencils and creating a budget that puts more money in front of students, stop reaching into the pockets of our constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the board, we will now entertain a roll call vote.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Yes.
District 3, President Powell Lewis.
Yes.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Yes.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Yes.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Nay.
District 7, Mr. Goday.
Yes.
District 9, Vice President Martin.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. We're now moving to item G3, Professional Services Contract, City Year. My apologies. G3, Professional Services Contract, City Year, consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and City Year Incorporated in the amount of $650,000 to provide high-dose tutoring and family engagement support, strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source, Title I, $450,000, general fund, $200,000. Is there a motion? Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Goday and seconded by Mr. Ballou. Comments from the board at this time? Okay, seeing none, we will turn to comments from the public. Dr. Finney.
I would encourage you to ask Mr. Shamlin what the limit is on spending federal dollars without going through competitive procurement. And I thought this was moved for 2 weeks in order to resolve that, but $450,000 of Title I sounds a lot more than $250,000 of federal money. So I may be wrong. This may be legal, but I don't think it is.
Ms. Powell had to step out. Were there any other public comments on this item? The only card I see is for Dr. Finney. Was there any other public comment on this item? Okay, then we'll return to comments from the board. Any comments from the board? All right, seeing none, Madam Secretary, let's vote. Oh.
Mr. Martin, we've made the correction. Dr. Finney was correct. I had it not swapped it after the last meeting.
Okay, do I need to reread anything? No? Okay. Thank you very much. All right, is it time for the vote then?
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Moving next to item 4, Agreement for Services, Center for High School Success. Consideration of a request for the approval of an agreement for services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Center for High School Success in the amount of $214,332 to provide training, support, and resources, strategic alignment, student achievement. Funding source, ESSER. Are there any comments from the board? Oh, is there a motion? Thank you very much, Mr. Blue. You move, Mr. Blue moves, and who's the seconds? Mr. Godet seconds. All right, is there any comment from the board? All right, seeing none, we'll turn to comments from the public on item G4, the Center for High School Success. Dr. Finney.
First point, since you don't have the video screens available in this room, I believe you're technically required by open meetings law to either conduct a roll call vote or to have the secretary announce the results of the vote by board member. So I'd appreciate somebody go back and do that for the previous item. I realize it's on the screen that may be visible to the public, but the people are here have just as much a right to see who voted on each item or who abstained. Second, I would encourage you to oppose anything that supports Stand for Children in any form. And third, you're spending a lot of money in general from the general fund without specifics as to which page and line item is being addressed by each of those items, and I would encourage you to stop that practice as soon as possible. Thank you. 4 seconds to spare.
Thank you. Seeing no further okay. Who is it? Thank you. Mr. Stewart.
Thank you. Good evening again. Will someone be kind enough to share with us what does this organization do for this parish, this school system? Am I allowed to ask?
No, ma'am. No, sir. I do apologize.
Why not? I mean, our tax dollars are paying
Do
for
you
something.
want to waste your minute asking me a question?
How can we find out what this organization does for us?
Is the gentleman in the audience? There he is, right behind you. He's
Okay,
raising his hand, and it is on board docs. That is correct.
Okay. Secondly, with the epitome of respect, if I were in your seat, Superintendent Cole, I would ask this body to stop spending all money until I'm able to intricately assess every contract that is being financed, because looked over one of the meetings intimately, and Mr. Lannis, he's not here this evening, he indicated that this board approves contracts sometimes in duplicity, and y'all don't even know what y'all are buying. So please ask them to stop spending our money until they do a better job of assessing what they're spending our money on.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart.
I'm not being radical, I'm just being real.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Seeing no further public comments at this time, we will now return to board comments. Mr. Gode.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. There's a presentation in board docs that unfortunately can't be rolled through here because Energy decided that they didn't want to provide electricity today. But if you go and look at that presentation, there's a detailed presentation on what are the results that have been attained by this group and how they're doing it. Now, they won't take full credit for everything because it's a culmination of a lot of things, but let me just give a few brief numbers. In 2021, our ninth grade success rate, which is, if I remember correctly, is defined as on course or graduation with no more than one F. I got it right. And also recognizing that ninth grade success is the single biggest factor in determining graduation rates. So we have been at this for 3 years now. So next year will be the year where we should start seeing some impact on graduation rates. Year 2021, it was 59%. Year 21-22, it was 71%. Year 22-23, it's 82%. And we don't have 23-24 yet. But we'll be getting that soon, and I assume it's going up. So I think this program has been very successful. It has been money wisely spent. The data is here to show it. There is follow-up on that data. My only question to you, Mr. Cole, is there a couple of disturbing, if you go down into the data past just the district measures, if I look at Scotlandville Magnet High School is not improving. There was another school here that had plateaued off, but Broadmoor, for instance, went from 31% to 70%. McKinley Senior High is only going from 45% to 66%. Scotlandville is a real question mark. Why are they so low as compared to the other schools? Tara went from 33% to 90%, which is outstanding. So we need to be looking, I think this is a very successful program. I strongly support it. But we also need to be looking at why some schools are lagging behind where other schools are making tremendous gains. So I'm totally in favor of this. I want to vote for it, but I also want to really get a push on why some schools are lagging behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Thank you very much. I also support this program tonight. I had a lot of questions about it last year. I've seen firsthand and talked with the principal at Tara about how successful this program has been for them. Of course, they were recognized as the best performing high school under this program in the country, so we're very excited about that. I think when properly implemented, it really can help boost graduation rates. That said, Superintendent Cole, I think that we want to, as we're doing with all of our contracts, we want to, one, make sure we have kind of standardized metrics that we use, that we're consistently using this nice, and I appreciate the presentation that provides a lot of data from the vendor. I think we want to make sure for all these kind of contracts that we're vetting that, well in advance of the actual meeting to make sure that's doing it. And I do also want to take the next year to explore which an idea which has come up in several things that we've discussed, are the principles of underlying this program to boost ninth grade success. Are they really inherent in some proprietary or secret sauce that this vendor has, or there's things that, or is this perhaps a program that we need this vendor to help us get going in a particular school and then hand it off perhaps once the culture of the school has changed, once the folks at that school have really bought into that program. Maybe we don't need to pay for it at that school anymore, and we can use those funds to invest more in Scotlandville or what have you so that they can do it. So I'd encourage us to work with that, and I see the vendor nodding his head back there, so that's great. Thank you.
Thank you. I've entered into the queue, and if you could come forward, please. Mr. Eric. Thank you so much for being here.
You're welcome.
My question was very similar to Mr. Gode. You already know that, of course, the schools on the north side are very near and dear to my heart.
Absolutely.
And I know that in the past, we've had conversations about Scotlandville specifically. Will you just share with us what may be the dilemma or what might be the issue there? I know we've talked about it briefly before.
So thank you. I'm Eric Nelson with the Center for High School Success. I've been lucky enough to present to y'all in the past, and we have celebrated some great success. I said, Mr. Heyman and Tara, the top school in the country of 170 schools we serve. As you saw in your notes, will directly impact. You'll have 1,000 plus more graduates just in the 3 years that we've been partnering with you. And to your point, we partner closely with the James Smith and the Graduation Excellence Department when we do this work together. As a former principal myself, it's a hard job. And so I do know there's nuances to every school and why the data is the way that Mr. Gode and you all talked about. Our job, and we need to do a better job, and this is our next step for this year, is to even pour more time into the schools like Scotlandville that we're not seeing the results that we'd like to. As you can see in the report too, we've committed to being at every school every week, and some of those schools even more. And that's personally one-on-one with a former principal, with people that have done the job to take your existing resources and put it together to enhance ninth graders. So it's not something we make you buy, it's pulling together the things you already have. And our hope is to do exactly what you said, Mr. Martin, that we would be out of business soon after we can do that. And in fact, if you look at the contract, there's no charge for Tara this year because they elevated to that status. And in fact, we bring people in from across the country to learn from Mr. Heyman and their staff as to what they're doing. And Ms. Paul Lewis, you stopped by and saw us in the spring when we did that.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis.
I'm good. For a lot of people who may not know this or may not understand this, and I'm going to touch on something that Mr. Martin said about what they're doing, what high schools, Eric's, what his people are doing. A lot of you guys in this room might not realize it, but at one time, EBR is where people came to learn how to have successful high schools, elementary schools, and middle schools. We kind of lost that vibe. 15, 20 years ago, this is where people wanted to come to find out how to produce great teachers and great students, knowing that the two go together. So what we need to do is fix ourselves. We know what the issues are. We just need to have the tough conversations and get back to educating the children in EBR. We don't need a magic bullet. We don't need a software. We don't need a magic bullet. We don't need a program. We just need to get back to where we used to be before, for whatever reason, we became inept and forgot how to educate. You ask any teacher with 20, 25 years more of experience in this district, and they will tell you, guys, it was PD all the time. We were training teachers. We were training principals. We've got to get back to that. That's what's going to make us a world-class school district. So, let's not forget where we came from. But at the same time, let's not forget how we ended up where we are. It's kind of like we forgot our way. And we need to get it back.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the board, we will now entertain a vote. And we have heard from you, Dr. Finney, Ms. Matthews. If there is no objection, we will proceed forward with roll call votes.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Yes.
District 3, President Powell Lewis.
Yes.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Yes.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Yes.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Yes.
District 7, Mr. Gode.
Yes.
District 9, Vice President Martin.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Item G5, Memorandum of Understanding, 100 Black Men of Metro Baton Rouge, LTD. Consideration of a request for the approval of a Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the 100 Black Men of Metro Baton Rouge, LTD, in the amount of $100,000 to provide financial literacy, strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source, general fund. Is there a motion?
I'd like to
Mr. Lewis.
make a motion that we table this to a date uncertain.
Okay.
For one thing, Mr. Landis is not here, and there needs to be more information.
Okay, so it has been moved that this item be tabled to a date uncertain, seconded by Mr. Martin. Motion made by Mr. Lewis, seconded by Mr. Martin. Comments from the board at this time? Okay, seeing none, we will now turn to comments from the public. Dr. Fanning.
I support the motion to defer this, but just to be clear, it would be entirely inappropriate for Mr. Lannis to comment on this in any way, given that in his day job, he's the executive director of the organization. So while he remains on the board, he should completely recuse himself from any discussion or vote on this item. I would hope you would vote it down eventually, but I think deferring it until you get more information is entirely appropriate. And thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments. Okay, G4. Oh, Mrs. Stewart, you attempted to do G5. Okay, gotcha.
Well, whatever this item is, Madam President.
1 minute.
Thank you. Is this topic not presented and discussed and taught in the general curriculum? Why do we need an outside group to reinforce this and what have you? Might any board member share? Can I find information, or the general public find information on this topic on board doc or in the state curriculum, the strands and benchmarks and financial literacy? Isn't this a part of the general curriculum already? I'm asking. So why do we need to spend $100,000 on an external group? We seem to just be doling out contracts like hell, let me present a contract to the board. I've been trying to employ some type of leadership component for years. I'll write a proposal and y'all give me $100,000 to present some type of leadership stuff within the school system, because God knows it's breathlessly and desperately needed among our students.
Seeing no further comments from the public, we will now return to comments from the board at this time. Okay, Mr. Celestine. Okay, Ms. Dawson.
All right, good evening. So I did want to just touch on this. With junior achievement, we can kind of share with you a little background on that. The financial literacy mandate is statewide now, and it's required. And there are many standards that it has to have, the objectives to be able to make sure that the curriculum is full and whole, and it's required for 2 semesters. So, I think that there are many vendors that you all are looking at and kind of vetting, so there is a reason for it. And I'm excited that the high school students have to go through it. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further public comment at this time, we will now return to comments from the board. Okay, and so the motion is to table this item until a date uncertain. Okay, all right, with that in mind, we will now entertain a roll call vote.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Yes.
District 3, President Powell Lewis.
Yes.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Yes.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Yes.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Yes.
District 7, Mr. Gode.
Yes.
District 9, Vice President Martin.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Item G6, Contract Amendment, HES or HES, discussion and consideration of the approval of a request from HES Facilities Management of a contractual increase of $960,000 based on the cost of living adjustment of 4% to begin in the school year 2024-2025. Is there a motion?
Madam President, given that it was Mr. Lannis who particularly requested this agenda item be added, and he's not available, I would move to table this item to a date uncertain.
Okay, it has been moved that we table this item to a date uncertain. Is there a second? It has been seconded by Mr. Russ. Comments from the board at this time? Seeing none, we will turn to comments from the public. Dr. Finney. Immediately after Dr. Finney, Ms. Matthews.
Thank you. HES negotiated a contract. If they can't afford to keep the schools in tip-top shape for the money they proposed, you should find a different vendor.
Thank you. Ms. Matthews.
First, I appreciate Patrick. I'm not sure that he sleeps. However, y'all can get rid of the rest of HES. None of the janitors at my school ever got that $15 an hour. You remember when you said you were going to check? They did not get it, which is what the last increase was supposed to be for. So I'm not sure who's getting this cost of living increase. Also, only about 8 of the schools were actually 100% finished when school started. So, like, there's just like this little rush job that finished a lot of them to make them look like they were kind of finished. They're not finished. So, again, keep Patrick because, like, he's the bomb, but get rid of the rest of the contract. Thank you.
Are they talking about you, Mr. Martin?
Someone else.
Patrick Ficklin.
Mr. Stewart.
HES.
Good evening again. I saw a documentary where I think in Japan, the students care for their campuses in that country, and the pride that exists within those students is phenomenal. So I think we should possibly look into something of that magnitude. When I was in the classroom here and everywhere, I used to get my students to clean the room, and the custodians would always leave me a nice little note saying we didn't have to do anything in your classroom. You'd be surprised the type of pride that it instills in these students when they're motivated. That's part of the leadership component that I'm talking about, to do these kinds of things. And it would certainly probably eliminate having to spend millions of dollars in custodial funds if every classroom teacher would motivate, and the system would prompt the students to motivate and keep just their individual classrooms clean.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart.
Certainly.
Seeing no further comments, Ms. McMillan. And then Ms. Johnson.
I know that everybody wants to get out of here because it's hot, but I did just want to remind you guys that when they came before us last time for the increase, we talked about them passing that increase off to the subcontractors or to the employees of the subcontractors. And so here we are again, they're asking for $1 million more, and we have to hold people accountable. We say a lot of things at these board meetings, but where is the follow-up? If they did not pass that increase on to their people, we can't give them no more money. As long as Flame has glass on the playground, we can't give them no more money. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Ms. Johnson.
Valencia Johnson, President of the East Baton Rouge Parish Association of Educators. I think you should look into other options for janitorial service, perhaps bring it back under the district, anything other than HES. The consensus around the district is Airmark was better and Airmark was terrible. So what are we doing? We're going to give them some more money to not do what they're supposed to do. And so they got a new contract in Central they can't handle the job that we have in East Baton Rouge Parish. Okay? We have classrooms that trash hadn't been changed in a week. Teachers are taking out their own trash, sweeping their own floors. Cleaning is not being done. And we're just starting, we're a week into the school year. No, we can't do HES. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Seeing no further comments from the public, we will now return to comments from the board. Mr. Martin.
Thank you. Superintendent Cole, I would urge you to look very carefully at putting this contract out to bid again very soon. I think that what we discussed this a lot over the last year and a half. And my opinion, certainly at the end of a lot of meetings, discussions with staff, with HES, with stakeholders, is that we didn't think through the contract well enough going into it. We don't have the right kind of KPIs and metrics in there to properly evaluate that. We've had a lot of disputes over whether how well they're performing and whether the teachers are having to empty trash cans that they shouldn't have to do and things like that. And I think that a lot of that could be reformed if we spent some more time. Maybe we got a professional to help us look at best practices. This is a very large contract. This is probably our largest single contract that we have. And it's worth expending the resources necessary to get it right this time. But I think we need to start that effort very, very soon so that we can have something done properly and in place for next school year. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Stewart.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that to just comment on some of the things that I guess as it relates to HES, I actually personally sat down with some of the representatives from HES to get some more information and more insight. And so as was stated earlier, that we did approve to give HES additional funding under the impression that it was going to raise all of those workers' minimum salary to the $15 salary raise per hour. And yet, what actually happened with the funding that we approved actually was given to the daytime workers of HES that work in the schools throughout the day. And the difference that I found out was that those evening workers, those workers that are a part of the small businesses in the Fair Share program, those are the workers that actually clean the classrooms, the building, and the school facilities. And so as a result, those are the workers, and I can attest to some statements that were made about the classrooms and facilities not being cleaned properly. That is true. I took the initiative this summer to go to some of my schools and found out about some of them not being cleaned properly. And that's what I found out. And initially, of course, as I indicated to some of my colleagues, I was in agreement with giving HES the additional monies to assure that those evening workers were paid the $15 minimum salary, because we can't keep those workers. That's why the classrooms aren't clean. That's why the buildings aren't clean, because we can't keep them because of the salary rate. There are a lot of different vendors and businesses locally in Baton Rouge that are starting hourly wages at $17, $16, $19 an hour. So to come and work for an entity for less than $10 or at about $9 and some change is the reason why we can't keep the workers. And so I was initially in agreement to giving them the increase so that those evening workers that actually do the cleaning get the monies. But as my colleague, Mr. Martin said, with also in addition, caveat of looking for another vendor. And so I didn't want to negate those workers from getting those monies because of how HES handled the contract with giving the funding to their workers, which were the daytime workers. And so I say that to say, even if we don't, we won't have any workers to clean the classrooms in the evenings and at night. So I just want to let my colleagues know that I do agree with trying to identify other sources, but if we do not approve and give them this, we won't have any workers and we still won't have clean schools. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Russ.
Thank you. I do support moving this forward to another date. I think it needs more work. I want to point out that as far back as April, I've been asking for a presentation on the status of this contract, and it was not brought to this board. Further to Ms. Stewart's point, you know, we approved a cost of living increase for salaries for these workers, and I've been asking over and over since last year, how do we ensure that that happened? Where is the transparency? I need HES to be a good partner and come forth and show us that they did what they said they're going to do. The only thing of substance that we've received as a board since then was a letter that said, yeah, we did it. And I don't think that's going to cut it. I don't look to be antagonistic to our vendors, but I don't think this has been the type of relationship that we need to have with our biggest vendor. And I agree that we need to put this contract out to bid with different contract terms, learning from the experience that we've had working with HES. I'm empathetic that we had a partner with Aramark for like 2 decades. And so moving to a different partner can be difficult. And so I think there's a little bit of that. I also think that HES underbid this project. And it is their responsibility, not the school boards, to make sure that they pay their workers the rate that they need to be paid. I don't agree that it falls on us to give them more money. Their business. It's their job to pay their people what they're supposed to be paying them. If they can't hire good people because they're not paying enough, welcome to capitalism. That is the United States of America. You better go pay them what they need to be paid so that you can have good people. It's not our problem to solve. It's not the taxpayers' problem to solve. So I support pushing this forward. We need to dig into this and hear more. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Gode.
Thank you. I guess on my 8-9 years now on the board, the one thing you can always bet on is there are going to be complaints about the janitorial services at the schools. It is always going to happen. I was there throughout the whole time with Aramark and renegotiating that first contract and then the bid on this one. It is going to happen. And a couple of things. One is I don't accept the fact that they're horrible completely, because I go out and talk to some principals and I got some of my schools that said they're doing a good job. Okay? Secondly, someone used to say, in God I trust, but I want data for everything else. If you're having all these issues, be turning in work orders, be turning in things to your principals, doing it, because anecdotal evidence coming up here and go, I got teachers having to throw out garbage. I can't handle that. I don't know how to do that. Is that one teacher? Is that every teacher in the school? Is that every school? That doesn't move my needle at all. Okay? If you want to do something, turn in the data, turn in the stuff so we can see it on the KPIs. We can't have a KPI if we don't have the data to substantiate it. So if you feel that way about it, hey, it may be totally true. I'm not saying it's not, but I can't take your word for it, and I can't take it anecdotally, okay? The other thing is, if I remember right, and this was probably a Mr. Shamlin question, the contract with HES, well, 2 things. I want to go back to one other one real quick. The night crews, which are our local vendors, are the ones cleaning it. You change out HES, they're still going to be the ones cleaning it. And if they're not cleaning it under HES, they're not going to clean it under the next one, okay? So that's the same issue we hit with Aramark. We blamed Aramark for the local contractors. We flipped out Aramark. We had the same local contractors, and you have the same issue, okay? So be careful where the finger gets pointed, because it's probably the local partners that aren't doing their job, and are we working closely with HES to make sure that they do? Because everyone likes to point the big finger at the big contract, the big number, but most of that money ends up going to the local providers. And the local providers are the ones that are not doing the actual cleaning. And then lastly, Mr. Shamlin, if I remember right, the contract with HES is they have the right to come and ask for us for an increase. If we decline the increase, they have the right to cancel the contract with 6 months' notice.
I believe that's correct.
Okay? So there's a built-in mechanism for all of this in the contract. Okay? If we don't like it, we can turn it down and HES can cancel the contract in 6 months. Okay? And so, you know, that's where all of this is. But everyone likes to point the finger at HES, but HES isn't cleaning the rooms at night. Okay? They're responsible for getting that. Huh?
But it's their job to make sure the rooms are...
Sir, I'm not addressing
No, thank you. Not at this
It's their
time.
job to do it, but just changing is not going to change anything like that. So my suggestion is we do the best job we can working with HES, and if we want to get rid of HES, get rid of HES, but it ain't going to change the outcome until we change the local contractors. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further board comment, we will now entertain a vote, and the motion is to table this item to a date uncertain. We will now have a roll call vote at this time.
District 1, Mr. Blue?
Yes.
District 3, President Powell Lewis?
Yes.
District 4, Ms. Stewart?
Yes.
District 5, Mr. Lewis?
Yes.
District 6, Mr. Russ?
Yes.
District 7, Mr. Gode?
Yes.
District 9, Vice President Martin?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. It is now 8:25, and I would like to ask if there is any way that we can maneuver some items here, possibly to entertain G1 and then go back to G7, G8, and then the consent agenda, if there is no objection. Okay. All right. Considering that there is no objection.
Point of personal.
Yes.
Just for everyone, if we drag out this thing, I will not be voting for extending past 9 o'clock. So let's get on with it, and let's keep our comments germane, and let's
Please and
move it
thank you.
along. Thank you.
Yes.
Point of
Thank you.
information, what items are those? Because the agenda is changing so much. I
Okay.
don't know what items we're talking about.
All right, so G1 would be Deputy Superintendent Contract, and then we would go back to G7, Litigation, G8, Litigation, and then the consent agenda, beginning with hourly rate university students.
I just want to point out, we have people in the audience that are waiting for the consent agenda to be worked on. I don't know if anybody plans to remove any of those items for separation, separate vote, but we got a lot of people sitting here in the heat.
Yes, and that's my other question as well, because we have 16 items on the consent agenda. Mr. Lewis will have to read all 16 as well before we even get to a discussion. So what is it? What is the pleasure of the board?
Could we do the consent agenda first?
Okay.
What if people pull a bunch of them off, then that's going to take a long time.
Too bad.
Could we elect to put those items on the end of the agenda? The
Okay.
items that you would like to remove?
So the items that I would like to remove, so that would be,
Anybody that wants to pull
If anybody
something?
does.
No, let the
Oh, it
consent
says-
agenda go, and if whatever gets pulled goes to the end of the
Okay.
meeting.
That's my suggestion, so at least we can get some of it resolved.
If I may, Madam President,
Sure.
I would suggest that we do 7 and 8, because those are litigation, those don't take any time at all.
Okay.
And do the consent, then do G1, and then do any items that are pulled off the consent agenda. Does that make
okay.
sense?
So what I'm hearing is that we will go ahead and entertain G7, which is litigation, G8, which is litigation, then the consent agenda, then G1, which is the deputy superintendent contract, and then any items that were pulled from the consent agenda. Okay? All right, thank you. All right, let us continue then. Item G7, litigation, consideration of a request for the approval of the recommendation from Gwen Shamlin, General Counsel, East Baton Rouge Parish School Board in the matter of Michelle Caldwell et al. Versus East Baton Rouge Parish School System et al., and to provide for related matters. Is there a motion?
I so move.
It has been moved by Mr. Martin. Is there a second? It has been seconded by Mr. Gode. Comments from the board? Seeing none, we will now entertain comments from the public. Seeing none, returning to comments from the board. Roll call vote, please.
Yes.
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 Kyle Lewis. Ms.
And
Stewart.
yes.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Yes.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Yes.
District
Yes.
7, Mr. Goday. District 9, Vice President Martin.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Item G8, litigation, consideration of a request for the approval of the recommendation from Gwen Shamlin, General Counsel, East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, in the matter of Henry McKnight versus East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Dudley Tillman, suit number 7734395, Section 24, 19th JDC, EBR Parish, and to provide for related matters. Is there a motion?
I move to approve the recommendation.
It has been moved by Mr. Martin and seconded by Ms. Stewart. Comments from the board at this time? Seeing none, we turn to comments from the public. Seeing none, returning to comments from the board. We will entertain a roll call vote.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Yes.
District 3, President Kyle Lewis.
Yes.
District 4, Ms.
Yes.
Stewart. District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Yes.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Yes.
District
Yes.
7, Mr. Goday. District 9, Vice President Martin.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. All right, we will now move to item H, alphabet H, consent agenda. Mr. Lewis.
Item H, consent agenda. Consent vote. The following items are to be approved as part of the consent agenda and are considered to be routine and will be enacted with one motion. There will be no separate discussions of items unless a board member so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered as an item on a regular agenda or a separate vote preceding the last item on the regular agenda. Number 2, hourly rate university students. Discussion, consideration of a request to approve a maximum hourly rate of $20 an hour for university students seeking professional credentials in the areas of employment, working extended day school-based programs. Ms. Sule. Grants, early childhood education. Consideration of a request for the approval of the following 2024-2025 early childhood grants. A, Early Childhood Education Fund in the amount of $154,885 to increase early childhood seats for children birth to 3 years of age. Family engagement. Here we go. Family engagement and leadership planning in the amount of $100,000 to support strategic planning for early childhood family engagement. C, 24-25 Louisiana Early Educator Investment Collaborative Grants in the amount of $50,000 to gather and analyze data from early educators regarding inadequate compensation and benefits in early childhood programs. Strategic alignment, student alignment, Ms. Griffin and Ms. Warren. Louisiana Compliance Questionnaire. Consideration of a request for the approval of the Louisiana Compliance Questionnaire as required for the 23-24 financial audit of the East Baton Rouge Parish School System. Mrs. Lopez. Approval of fiscal agent contract, Capital One. Consideration of a request for the approval of the fiscal agent agreement between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Capital One Bank for a 2-year optional extension beginning October 1st, 2024 through September 30th, 2026. Ms. Lopez. 24-25 salary schedule amendment, registered school nurses. Consideration of a request to amend the 24-25 salary schedule to increase the part-time rate of registered school nurses from $18 per hour to $35 per hour. strategic alignment, operational excellence, and exemplary customer service, Mrs. Dupree. Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, Junior Achievement. Consideration of a request for the approval of a Memorandum of Understanding between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Junior Achievement of Greater Baton Rouge in the amount of $90,500 to provide support services for students, strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source, ESSA, Mrs. Williams. Professional service contract, Art Councils of Greater Baton Rouge. Consideration of a request for the approval of the following professional services contracts between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, Arts Councils of Greater Baton Rouge, in the amount of $65,000 to provide professional development and art infusion, strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source, ESSA, Mr. Joffrion, and Ms. Williams. Number 9, professional service contract, Manship Theater. Consideration of a request for the approval of the following professional service contracts between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Douglas Manship Senior Theater Complex Holding Incorporated, Manship Theater, in the amount of $43,655 to provide 4 touring productions for select schools, strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source, ESSA, Mr. Joffrion and Ms. Williams. Professional service contract, English Learners Engage. Consideration for a request for the approval of a professional service contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and English Learners Engage in the amount of $58,800 to provide support and professional development for school improvement best practices, strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source, redesign. Mr. Rico, Ms. Warren, Dr. Bethany, and Mrs. Lopez. Professional service contract, Studyville. Consideration of a request for the approval of a professional service contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Studyville in the amount of $75,000 to provide tutoring services, strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source, ESSA, Mrs. Williams. Professional service contract, Baton Rouge Youth Coalition. Consideration of a request for the approval of a professional service contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Baton Rouge Youth Coalition, BRIC, in the amount of $794,519.31 for students to participate in college and career readiness programs, strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source, general fund, Mrs. Williams. Professional service contract, Everyday Labs. Consideration of a request for the approval of a professional service contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Everyday Labs in the amount of $221,558.97 to support student attendance, strategic alignment, exemplary customer service, funding source, ESSA 3, incentives. Ms. Smith, Ms. Dupree, Dr. Bethany, and Mrs. Lopez. Professional service contract, Amplify. Consideration of a request for the approval of a professional service contract between East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Amplify in the amount of $237,248 to support K-4 literacy, assessment and intervention, strategic alignment, academic achievement, funding source, federal grants, Ms. Okoski. Professional service contract, Renaissance Learning. Consideration of a request for the approval of a professional service contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Renaissance Learning in the amount of $165,158.07 to support data analytics, performance and early warning systems, strategic alignment, academic achievement, funding source, ESSA, Mrs. Okoski, and EEF, and Mrs. Okoski. professional service contract, Dreambox Learning. Consideration of a request for the approval of a professional service contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Dreambox Learning in the amount of $399,984.93. Strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source, general fund. Ms. Orkowski.
Madam President, may I have a point of order?
Yes.
Before you call for any objections, I would just like to note that it's 8:39. Mr. Godet has already indicated that he would vote against extending the time to 9:30. Quite a number of these items were originally scheduled to be heard in July at the July meeting, and had to be pushed to August. Quite a few of these contracts involve services going to be provided directly to students, and if we don't vote on them tonight and approve them tonight, then those services will be delayed in getting to our students. So I'm going to very respectfully request to my colleagues that we defer to our collective wisdom at the Committee of the Whole, where I think all of these items passed unanimously last time. I know not all of us could be here last time, but I would respectfully request that we not object to any of these items tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. So before we proceed forward, thank you for sharing your thoughts, Mr. Martin. Are there any items, thank you so much, Mr. Lewis, for reading the consent agenda for us. Are there any items that anyone would like to pull at this time?
Item 10, and I understand the time constraints, but item 10.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I'm going to pull that one.
Okay, Mr. Lewis is pulling item 10. Mr. Goddard? Okay. Look, I thought you were trying to give me your attention. I got you. Okay, so thank you. All right, seeing that that is the only item that is being pulled, we will now receive a motion on the rest of the consent agenda.
I move.
Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Martin, seconded by Mr. Godet. Comments from the board at this time. Mr. Lewis? That was to pull the item? Okay, all right, thank you. Any further comments from the board at this time? All right, seeing none, we will now have comments from the public. Ms. Matthews.
My comment is on H2, on the pay for the college students. Originally, it was supposed to be for paras that are also working towards becoming educators. I just want to let you know that we have 116 para vacancies currently, and that 2 that I know quit yesterday that are not included in that number. 12 paras in July quit. We had in July 5 teachers quit to become paras. That's interesting. 4 paras became teachers in July, and 2 clerks became teachers in July. Now, if you are a para, your pay for working extended day is $9.70 until you hit 40 hours for the week, and then you get time and a half, which then it becomes $14.55, while college students who do not work for this district will be getting $20 an hour. We need to honor the people who already work in this district rather than people we are trying to bring in. Because we currently have children whose IEPs we are not in compliance for. And I know at least one of those mothers is the epitome of play with me and find out, and she's standing in front of you. Okay, so we need to make sure that we have paras, that we keep the paras that we do have, because they're leaving in droves.
Thank you,
They're
Ms.
leaving in
Matthews.
droves. I have 14 seconds. It's green.
Okay, so are we about to have a whole conversation about that?
Well, I'm
My
running
apologies.
out of time, and it's green.
Okay, come on, finish your statement.
Okay, I need to go back now. But it's, now I messed up. Okay. We need to hang on to who we have and stop running them off. One that quit from one school quit because of the pay. They only make $14 an hour. That is the starting pay. And I understand that this item isn't on the pay of our paras, but we're having them work after school because they can't afford to live off of what they pay, but then we're going to bring in some college kids that don't even work for us and pay them $20 an hour.
Thank you, Ms. Matthews. Okay, Dr. Fanning.
My concern with number 2, in addition to all those points so eloquently made by the preceding speaker, is that you are allowing wealthy schools to pay an hourly wage that poor schools can't afford, and that's outrageous. There is too much flexibility built into the proposal. My objection to the last item, Dreambox Learning, is not so much the waste of the $400,000, it's the waste of the students' time by forcing them to use software that is probably great for some students and apparently not great for others, and we should allow their teachers to have some discretion about how the kids spend their time. And finally, with all these general fund items, I was hoping for a memo that would address which line and page number all those general fund expenditures are coming from. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further public comment at this time, we will now return to comments from the board. Seeing none, we will entertain a vote. And is the computer system now working? Thank you.
Vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. It is now 8:46, and Mr. Shamlin, if you will share with us, I believe that we have another item that we have to cover tonight.
Yes, Ms. Lopez has indicated that the CNP budget revision item must be considered tonight for legal deadline reasons.
Okay, so is it the pleasure of the board that we take I-1 and then return to G-1, which is Deputy Superintendent contract?
And Madam President, I will vote to let the meeting go on because I know we have to get to the Deputy Superintendent contract.
Okay.
But let's continue to move this at a pace.
Thank you. Okay, so if that is the case, then what we will do then is the original agreement was that we would cover G1, the Deputy Superintendent contract, after the consent agenda, and then immediately following that then we can go into I1. Okay? All right, well, let us continue. G1, unfinished business. Number 1, Deputy Superintendent.
Ms.
Yes.
Powell, let me make a suggestion.
Please.
Consider the other item, considering there's only 3 minutes before we have to vote to extend. You can probably get the other item done quickly.
Okay.
And then vote to extend.
So let's do I-1. Thank you. Budget revision, child nutrition, consideration of the request for the approval of the revised 2023-2024 and proposed 2024-2025 child nutrition program budgets for compliance with Louisiana Revised Statute 391310 and Louisiana Revised Statute 391311. Is there a motion?
So move.
It has been moved by Mr. Martin and seconded by Mr. Ballou. Comments from the board at this time? Seeing none, we will turn to comments from the public. Dr. Fanning.
I understand you're going to vote for this because there's a deadline, but I was disappointed that the backup wasn't complete until less than 24 hours before the meeting. And there was a suggestion in some of the narrative that there was a transfer from the general fund. That also affects the general fund budget. And so perhaps in the superintendent's report in an upcoming meeting, he can provide some information as to how the general fund is impacted by whatever you do tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the public, we will now return to comments from the board. Seeing none, we will entertain a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Item G1, Deputy Superintendent Contract, discussion or consideration for the approval.
I'm sorry, President Powell, you should probably consider a vote to extend the meeting at this point
Okay.
as it's 8:50.
Is there a motion? It's been moved. Okay, Mr. Martin, go ahead.
Move to extend the meeting till 9:30.
Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Martin that we extend our meeting until 9:30. Is there a second? It has been seconded by Mr. Lewis. Comments from the board at this time? Seeing none, comments from the public? Dr. Finney.
It's time to abolish this stupid policy so you don't have to go through this exercise twice a month. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the public, we will now return to comments from the board. We will now entertain a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Item G1, Deputy Superintendent Contract, discussion, consideration for the approval of a Deputy Superintendent Employment Contract. Is there a motion?
So move.
It has been moved by Mr. Martin. Is there a second? It has been seconded by Ms. Stewart. Comments from the board at this time? Mr. Martin.
I'll be brief. We obviously are all aware of everything that we collectively as a community went through. President Powell and Lewis and I worked very closely with Superintendent Cole and our council to negotiate what we thought was an appropriate contract for this position. I think it's time that the district recognize the need for a position like this, and also gives the it gives a recognition to the devoted public service that Mr. Smith himself has offered. However, I don't consider this a reward for good behavior or anything like that. I believe this is an appropriate salary for the appropriate level of duties that Mr. Smith is going to be expected to perform. I've talked extensively with Superintendent Cole as to how he intends to make use of this position. With Mr. Smith filling it, he's going to be very, very busy. Doing very important things to move our district forward. I think Superintendent Cole expects him to basically visit 3 or 4 schools every single day across our district to make sure that things are going the way they're supposed to, and to provide his particular expertise to assist the principals and the teachers in those schools with educating our kids. So I think we're going to see a lot of value in return for the contract that we've negotiated, and I strongly encourage my colleagues to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ballou.
Thank you, Madam President. My main concern about the contract is that the gap between the rest of the superintendent's executive staff and this position, and whether, I guess I'd like to hear from him as far as any concerns about that gap, and whether we're setting a precedent for the remainder of the staff. I want to make sure we get, it's not so much the amount we're paying, but I want to make sure at all staff levels that we've got, we're paying what we need to get the best people in here. I know we've had a deputy superintendent in the past, I guess probably goes back to maybe 2017, and the pay gap between that position and the rest of the executive staff wasn't as great. Can you address that concern, Superintendent?
Sure. First, let me say I think all of our employees deserve a considerable raise for the work they do every day, from the deputy superintendent all the way down to clerks. I shouldn't say all the way down, all of our employees who do various different services to help our students be successful. I'll start there. As it relates to the other members of the leadership team, I do think they deserve a raise as well. However, I think this is a start, because I think ultimately when we talk about talent And we talk about recruiting talent and then retaining talent. We have a lot of good people here. And if we don't start to think about compensation packages for the talent we have in our district, we're going to start to lose people. I think this tonight will signify that we are moving in the direction of recognizing the talent we have, making an attempt to compensate them well. And then as we think more thoroughly about a compensation study, we figure a start point and then begin to figure out how do we compensate all of the good people we have working in our district at a rate that is reasonable based on the regional average. And so I support the salary tonight, and then would like to work with the board and then some external stakeholders to think about how do we do this in a way as we seek to retain good people and then recruit other people from other industries to perhaps provide their expertise for our district to elevate their salaries in a way that people will say EBR is open for business and ready to have the highest talent level possible to do this work to help our students.
Well, thank you for that. And you mentioned regional average. Have we looked at, is that a study that's going to be done in the future? Or did we look at regional
Yes,
numbers?
sir. Yes, sir, we did. Well, region as far as within the state as well. And so, of course, majority of those salaries were in that 130 or so range for the deputy superintendent. But it was not a deputy superintendent that was appointed by a school board, but was more of appointed by the superintendent of those areas.
But still, well, still the same position, though. Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the board at this time, we will now entertain comments from the public. The first comes from Ms. McMillan, who does not desire to speak. She says, give the man the money. His loyalty to this district warrants it. Thank you. All right, the next would be Ms. Lee, Ms. Veretta Lee, if she's still here. Okay. All right, the next would be Dr. Finney and then Ms. Matthews.
$235,000 is more than most superintendents in this state make. And that's kind of where I stopped reading. So I hope further down in the contracts, the duties that go with that compensation are pretty explicitly stated, along with the board's responsibility to exercise some oversight, since he is a board appointee. But my main concern is that you approved a budget with a one-page organizational chart that is now, with this position and with the creation of a separate chief academic officer that you didn't approve filling. I fear we're going down the same path that Dr. Narcisse went, where he extraordinarily expanded central office to the detriment of the people in the classroom. And I would hope that practice ends immediately and that you soon have an adjusted general fund budget that shows what the organizational chart is and how folks are getting paid. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Matthews. Okay, thank you. Seeing no further comments. Okay. All right, seeing no further comments from the public at this time, we'll now return to comments from the board. Mr. Martin.
Yeah, briefly, I do agree with Dr. Finney that we need to properly keep track of the org chart at the top level of the district, and I am quite confident that Superintendent Cole is going to share that with us in an appropriate time in the near future. I do think it's also important to understand that while we almost certainly do need to reduce the overall central office budget, that does not necessarily mean that we don't need to have people at an appropriate level making appropriate salaries in order to provide the leadership. We put in a lot of responsibilities on Superintendent Cole. He cannot do it by himself. We have a great central office staff and the chiefs and whatnot. But we need appropriate levels of help, and I think this is a good first step in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Russ.
Thank you. I just want to state that I'll be abstaining from this item. I did not agree with this appointment. I continue to have the same views in that I have a lot of respect for Mr. Smith and certainly would love to see him continue to do the work that he does in this district, but at the pleasure of the superintendent, whom we have empowered and should hold accountable to do this job. And I will again stress that making a political appointment at this level is highly problematic for our ability to hold our superintendent accountable. It gave him no ability to structure his central office in a manner that he saw fit. He now has to do so around a choice that his board has made for him, along with, the money that we're about to spend has to come out of his budget for his central office that we are making for him. This is hugely problematic, and that's all I can say. Thanks.
Thank you. Seeing no further comment from the board at this time, we will now entertain a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. All right. Alphabet J, organizational items. Mr.
Gotta go back to consent.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Pulled item number 10, professional services contract, English Learners Engage, consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and English Learners Engage in the amount of $58,800 to provide support and professional development on school improvement, best practices, strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source, redesign. Is there a motion? It has been moved by Mr. Godey and seconded by Mr. Lewis. Comments from the board?
I've had about 2 weeks to look at this. And in this contract, there's 4 schools, correct? We have, in EBR, we have 37 schools that are CIR. We have 8 schools that are UIR. Why don't we have schools? Well, let me back up because I don't want to get in a hurry. Bel Air High School is a D. It's urgent intervention required. They're not in this grant. I'm sorry, they're not in this contract. Broadmoor Senior High School, English Learners, urgent intervention required. They're not one of the 4. IDEA Bridge, Type 1 charter, but they're our kids. They're our English learners. Urgent intervention required. They're not mentioned. Jefferson Terrace, English learners. Urgent intervention required. Nowhere are they mentioned in the grant. La Bel Air Elementary, English learners. Urgent intervention required. Now, they're supposed to be on track to exit in 24. Where's the data that shows they're going to exit in 24? Maybe they will, maybe they won't. Then you drop down McKinley Senior High School, English learners, urgent intervention required. Park Forest Middle, and this, and my colleague asked this question in the meeting, I was not here, and she started me on this track. Park Forest has been a grossly underperforming school for 6+ years. And I promise you, their English learner population is growing like wildfire, like every school in this district. They're not mentioned. Southeast Middle, English learners, urgent intervention required. Now, all of our schools have, there's comprehensive intervention but it says needed. That means we need to start taking a look at it, like basics. Comprehensive intervention required. Then you've got urgent intervention. But where it says needed and required is two different things.
Coach, my apologies.
My time is up?
Yes, sir.
Well, okay. Well, can I just cut to the chase?
Yes, sir, please.
Okay, let me cut to the chase. For $20,000, this grant says may request up to $20,000 for each CIR, UIR academic school to support EL professional learning. We can use this money for CIR and UIR. And also at the bottom of this grant, we got two schools in this, I keep saying grant, I'm sorry. We got two schools in this contract, Magnolia Woods and River Oaks Elementary. They're in here for students with disabilities. They don't even have English learners down here. It's student with disabilities. I'm just confused why we've got so many schools that comprehensive intervention is required, urgent intervention is required, and there's only 4.
Yes, Dr. Bethley, thank you.
I'm sorry, Dr. Bethley, I didn't see you standing there. I would have acknowledged you 5 minutes ago.
That's okay. So I understand your concern. Ms. Stewart, I reached out to you to explain this. Okay, when we applied for this in November, these 4 elementary schools were selected. And you're right, like we could apply for so much money, but the state only awarded us this amount. And this vendor had a hand in selecting these schools as well, because the state only gave us this amount. So it could be $20,000 per school, but they didn't give us $20,000 per schools. These schools have a high number of identified EL students. So the executive director and his team, along with the vendor, selected these schools. But this is not the only funding for students identified as EL. We have other funding sources for students that are identified as with EL.
Are those funders in redesign? In the redesign monies, can we use those?
No, sir, because redesign is specific. It tells us what vendor we can use, and they award us how much money to use. But we have other funding, general fund and other federal funds that support our schools that have a high number of ELs.
Well, thank you. And I'm going to pivot to you, Superintendent Cole. I think this needs to be looked at a little bit more. I really do, because what's our population of EL learners in our district right now? 15%. 15%. And it's growing like wildfire.
It is.
I had a conversation, and I know, Mike, this is anecdotal, but I had a conversation with a social worker today who talked about the kids at one, I'm not going to name the school, they got so many EL students, they had one individual to try to help them get these kids going in the right direction on the first day of school. We need to look at, hey, again, I'll go back and say something I said earlier this evening. Until we start addressing these subgroups in our schools and stop depending on a handful of schools to have positive SPS scores to prop us up, to make us look like we're really doing a great job, until we start drilling down, getting down to the nitty-gritty of what's going to move this district, that's what we need to do. I'm going to defer to Superintendent Cole.
And you talked about professional development early, so that's what this vendor does, offers professional development for the teachers and the administrators. And we do have other funding sources that provide the same professional development for the teachers and administrators at our other schools.
Okay, so when are we going to start looking at Broadmoor Elementary, Bel Air?
Mr. Rico is working on providing professional development for the teachers and administrators.
McKinley Senior High School, all these people.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
Well-
they have a high number of identified EL students.
Okay, considering, I believe, Mr. Lewis, you probably use your time and Ms. Stewart time.
You know what? I've been waiting 2 weeks to have this conversation, and if I use somebody else's time, I'm so sorry.
Yes, sir. Thank
Okay.
you. Ms. Stewart?
I reserve my time for Coach if he needed to say something else.
Thank you.
No, I'm fine. I just think we need to address it. And I think, and I'll pivot back to something someone said earlier tonight. Superintendent Cole needs to take a close look at everything we're doing with these contracts, whether it's for $100 million or $1. He needs to understand and know what we're doing. Not that he doesn't, I'm just saying he's new. Okay.
Absolutely, Board Member Lewis, and I had a conversation with Ms. Bethley about this particular item, and when she explained to me it was grant dollars that had been applied for, I said, well, any opportunity we have for our ELL learners to apply for grant dollars, which are additional funds to support them, we have to take advantage of doing that. And so when she explained that these were grant dollars that were applied for by the staff and the vendor for those particular schools, I talked to her about seeking other grant opportunities for all of the schools that have ELL learners. So in the day, I want to thank you, Ms. Bethley and the team, for seeking out those dollars, and would ask that you do exactly as Board Member Lewis said, continue to seek other funding to assist our ELL learners and all of our students who struggle with learning in any particular way. So thank you for seeking out the grant dollars, because we know there's a ton of additional funds, so we don't have to pull from the general fund, and we don't have to pull from dollars that we have here. We can seek other funds to assist with those learners. So thank you for doing that, and I hear you loud and clear, and I'll continue to evaluate, look at, and then seek other funding opportunities for those students as well. And I just want to say, I think when we have those opportunities to seek those funds, we have to take advantage of them, whether it be for a small group of schools and all of our schools. We have to continue to do it, and then when we receive the funding, use the money, use the data to show the success we've had. And so I hope that as we come back, you will come back and give us a report, and the ED for those 4 schools will show how this money was used, how the teachers were developed, and how they implemented the work in the classroom to help the students.
Yes, sir. And we're going to start the process for the this is 24, for the 25-26 school year in November. So I will invite Ms. Stewart and Mr. Lewis to attend those meetings.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Beth.
Thank you. Mr. Martin?
Thank you. I think this has been an interesting discussion. I think to the point Dr. Bethley made, to back up, we very often, Superintendent Cole, been in positions like, hey, we got some grant money, let's spend it. We obviously don't want to leave money on the table, and we can't make the grantor give us all the money that we would like to provide all the services in all the schools that we can. However, Dr. Bethley makes the point that we can choose to provide additional funding that we have, and I think one of the strategic weaknesses that the district has had is that we see a grant, we say, hey, let's go for it, but we're not taking the opportunity to examine, is this a strategic need that we really need, that we need to expand and perhaps devote some of our own resources into the same contract and use our own money to expand the reach of it. I'm not saying that's what we need to do for this in particular, but I'm saying that's the thought process we need to go through. And we need to make sure we're very strategic, that when we apply for grants, we're looking at that totality, not just, oh, hey, there's a grant, let's go grab it. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comment from the board, we will now turn to comments from the public. Ms. Matthews.
I almost kind of heard that there might be a possible of a friendly or a substitute motion there, Patrick, maybe? Okay, so the program is absolutely great, first of all. But, Caesar said that it was to get their feet in the door with the grants. And that if we could find a way, we could get the funding for the other schools. Bel Air is 25% EL. 25. A quarter of our population at Bel Air is EL. If 70,000, I think this is what you said earlier, Gode, I'm not 100% sure, so please correct me, I know you will. But if 70% is less than if $70,000 is less than a percent of our budget, and we can 0.1%, okay, there we go. Then we can, that's stupid timer. Okay, and we can spend hundreds of thousands of dollars when we get a grant on something like Dreambox. We can spend $20,000 on our EL students who can move stuff up and move our numbers up, and they need the
Ms.
help.
Matthews.
You're welcome, but spend that $20,000 on these other schools. Thank you.
Mr. Stewart.
Again, this goes back to one of my number one premises of, and I know that it won't happen this year, we need to stop this waste of $35 million in this ridiculous busing paradigm that exists. And
Mr. Stewart, please stay on topic.
Ma'am, I am staying on topic. We are talking about not having enough money to finance.
We're talking about EL students
And
not
we're talking about not
transportation.
having enough money to finance enough EL instructors because there's not enough money or money allocated toward that. And if we would spend the taxpayers' money more wisely, we would make this system more concise. We would stop losing parents and losing students to all of these charter schools who these people think that are much better than EBR, which I beg to differ, but they're looking at how you structure this system so inefficiently that they leave. So we need to go back to neighborhood schools and divert that $35 million into things, much more important things.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart.
Thank you.
Seeing no further public comment, we will now return to comments from the board. Mr. Gode.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Cole, I'm going to ask that we work together cooperatively to come up with a much better format to present these things, because this is exactly what we just talked about with Kids Orchestra and everything else. We look at this one contract for one little piece of EL, and we jump to the conclusion that that's all the money we're spending on EL. I don't know exactly what money we're spending on EL, but what the backup for this should have is, here's our EL thing, here's our EL population, here's the money we're spending, here's how we're doing it, here's the schools that are doing that, and here's how this contract fits into that, as opposed to just, here's the contract. Because we're not getting any context in this, and I think context would lend a lot to all of this discussion, because right now, quite honestly, we're talking about a lot of stuff we don't know anything about because we don't have the information for this. As far as I know, we may be spending totally adequate amounts on EL. We haven't talked about Highland Elementary. Highland Elementary is pushing 50% EL. But I go over there and they got 3 or 4 EL teachers over there. So when you start getting anecdotal and you start getting a contract in isolation, it's very difficult for us to be able to make a good thing. So we need a much more context when these contracts come up. Not only, who is the organization doing it, what's been their history, how does this fit into our overall strategy, how does this fit into all of these things as opposed to just a contract. And I would also say it'd be really helpful if for something like this, you have, I can't remember his name right now, Mr. Rico. Mr. Rico should be presenting this. Because I know Miss Bethley, nothing against Miss Bethley, she's watching the dollars and cents. Mr. Rico is doing the strategic work. And so we should be having Mr. Rico present this, but it should be presented in a context of, here's the big picture, here's how this piece fits into that picture. Because what's happening is we get the piece and everyone's drawing their picture from that one piece. So I'm going to vote for this because I trust Mr. Rico more than anything else, and I know it's doing a good job. And from my school that has the high EL population, they're seeing progress with it, even though they're not in this grant, but I know they're getting a lot of other money to it. So that's my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further board comment at this time, we will now entertain a vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Before we get into Alphabet J, just a friendly reminder to my colleagues, don't forget to start reading chapters 1 through 4. Will be due before, by the time we get into the September meeting, full meeting of the board. Thank you. Mr. Gode, Alphabet J, organizational items.
Committee of the Whole to be held on September 6, 2024 at 5 p.m. in the Central Office Boardroom. The regular meeting to be held September 19th, 2024 at 5 p.m. in the Central Office Boardroom.
We need to include the special
September
meeting.
5th, I believe.
Yes, September 5th.
I'm sorry, I didn't have my glasses on. September 5th.
No, we need to include the special meeting prior to the committee.
And we will have a special meeting to be held on September 5th prior to the Committee of the Whole meeting on
Thank you.
September 5th.
Thank you. And would you like to finalize our
I
final
move we
motion?
adjourn.
Thank you. You all have a safe evening.